the Snowline Joint Unified School District Board of Trustees completed the informal superintendent evaluation with nothing to report out at this time. We'll start this portion of the meeting by starting with the Pledge of Allegiance. If you'll please join us. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, we'll go into the first thing is going to be student presentations, which is Phelan Elementary School. I'll turn the time over to Dr. Holman for just a second.
Yeah, it's always a great opportunity for us, right? Thanks so very much, Clerk Lefevre. So tonight, as we always do, we start with students, our most important and greatest treasures, right? And we get to hear from Phelan Elementary School. I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Resma Byrne because she's going to introduce Phelan Elementary School with their great presentation.
Thank you very much. I am so excited to learn more tonight, Board. We have Principal Buckley here with his team, and we are going to learn about the Phelan factor. If you haven't heard about this, you're in for a treat. So Principal Buckley, come on up. Yep.
All right, welcome guys. I'd like to thank my two superpower teachers here. They're second graders, and they're going to be sharing out on the SEAL approach that we're having, the training that we're doing there. So I'll go ahead and start with our first slide. This just came out a couple days ago. This is our dashboard. It's never looked like this, guys. I've been here doing this 10 years, and I've never been in the red or in the yellow. I was in the red. My goal was to get below 50% in the red. That's how bad my data was when I first got to Phelan, and we are officially below 50%. And so what I'm going to share today is where I see us going at Phelan Elementary. I think we're in a really good place to make some impactful change, and I call this year our breakthrough year, and I mean it. I really expect some good stuff. All right, next, bub. 10 years ago, this was the card that I took into my interview. This is where the four major initiatives of the district: PBIS, RTI, PLC, and Common Core State Standards. PBIS, we're 6 years platinum. RTI, I'm the only school that I know of that has vertical RTI groupings. Common Core is embedded into all of our curriculum, and our PLC work is at the optimal level right now compared to when it started 10 years ago. All right, next, bub. So at Phelan Elementary, integrated learning ecosystem. It's funny that I was in their classroom today watching them teach the SEAL approach, and they were focusing on ecosystems. And I believe an ecosystem is where non-living and living things work together to be something to that effect. Healthy community, all right? So we're connecting building thinking classrooms. That's the initiative that we're taking on in the math world. When I was on the interview panel for Resma, she brought up a really powerful comment that I'll never forget, the notion of teaching up our teachers before we start a pilot. And I just thought that was something that so simple, but will create such a better product. And so building thinking classrooms is a training that our 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade are going through this year, and I'm really excited to see what that looks like. I'll talk about all these a little bit more in detail. SEAL, I'll turn that over to the ladies to cover that. PLC work, you know where we are there. And I don't know if you guys are aware of our literacy playbook that we are starting this year, 2025, 2026, a literacy playbook. I will go into that a little bit more detail as well. But all those are going to be working together for equitable deep learning. Next, bub. Why? Learning is most powerful when thinking, language, and literacy connect. Each framework adds a unique strength. Building thinking classrooms is deep thinking and problem solving. That's for that math piece, but it will work in any capacity. The Sobrato early academic language, that's what we are talking about when we say SEAL, language development for all learners, and that is our avenue towards dual immersion. The literacy playbook is the foundational and disciplinary literacy. That's what all the principals have been working on since last year, getting all of Snowline's initiatives and academic efforts into the same playbook. So we're all carrying the same playbook. What a concept. And then professional learning communities, That's what's keeping us teachers in the system and making it cyclical. All right, next. So now you have the feeling factor there. So instead of that little yellow card, I've replaced it with building thinking classrooms, SEAL, PLC, and the literacy playbook. And all together, that working together is going to get us to the next level. Next. So from foundations to deep thinking, foundational literacy, academic language and expression, deep thinking and problem solving, teacher reflection and alignment, and it's just that continuous improvement cycle. All right, next. So building thinking classrooms, just for a quick reference, we did approach all of our efforts this year through our meeting last year in the end of May with our TLLs to gamify everything. Gamification is a language that these kids, they get it. If you can break it down into levels, they will try to get to that next level. And in the thinking classrooms, you're going to have students standing at whiteboards and working as teams. It's group discussion. Learners have an opportunity to choose how to attack learning after they work with their teams to see what works for them. So you see students solving non-routine problems collaboratively. They're kicking it around. Teachers are observing that thinking and not just answers. They're not looking for answers. They're looking at how they're thinking about the problem. And then it builds interdependence, perseverance, and reasoning. Building thinking classrooms changes the classroom culture. Students do the thinking. Teachers guide the discovery. It's inquiry-based and visible. Next. And I'm going to turn it over to my ladies. SEAL is something that we started training heavily this year. Charlotte, I'm sure you've heard from her. We had about 47 people, educators, paraprofessionals, training in this room like week 2 of this year. 17 of those 47 were uniforms.
Thank you, Tony. Good evening, everybody. So my name is Elsa Valenzuela. I am a second grade teacher at Phelan Elementary. I have been teaching for 20 years now, probably maybe give or take a year or more. But what SEAL has done, and I guess I'm coming to you to share my passion for SEAL and what it has done, because after 20 years of being a teacher, I feel that SEAL has been the missing link. What it has done is it's building the pathway through all the initiatives that I feel we've had as a district, specifically when we look at like the thinking maps, the Kagan training, the GLAD strategies. SEAL is kind of how to integrate all of these so it allows our students to go deeper. One of the benefits, so let me back up. When I'm talking about SEAL, the cross-curricular aspects of SEAL, you have deeper student engagement with the grade level standards, and it promotes vertical alignment. So I know we've been working on thematic units. So we're integrating social studies, science, math, and language arts all through the SEAL program. And as we're kind of calling it our guinea pig year, we're really trying this model and working with it. And because we live in the age of AI, it's such a great tool to utilize to help us build and connect those threads with the Common Core curriculum. And the student engagement is just there. And I know I have a very challenging class this year, but I'm also seeing and feeling like the best teacher I've ever been, because they're walking away understanding these concepts that take time to build. And what SEAL is really doing is it's building that prior knowledge within what you're teaching. So even if they're coming and they don't have the knowledge, through for example, we're doing like a language function wall, which is the visual display that highlights academic language functions such as describe, compare, explain, justify. So they're really integrating those thinking maps and what those key critical thinking aspects we want them to do. And then we're integrating chants, poems, sentence strips. So it's nothing new, but it's the way it's presented, and it's really helping not only all students, it's definitely created for English learners, but it benefits all students. And we know that good teaching helps everybody, and all students need support learning the language deeper, better, and understanding these concepts that we're trying to teach, because we're always complaining about how there's not enough time in the day to teach everything. And SEAL really has been, I would say, the one thing that I feel as a teacher helps me feel like I'm getting to the maximum amount of curriculum in a day. And I feel like, okay, I'm walking away thinking like I taught something they took it away, they got it. And so you just feel that success and you see that student engagement. And Tony was in our room today, and I know the kids were working on sentence frames, and they were building a sentence. And so we were talking about, we built a chant, and I'm going to sing, so sorry. But it's like adjective, noun, verb, putting them together makes a sentence. So the kids are chanting, and then they're picking adjectives and nouns and verbs from a chart they've created using some Post-its. They're going up, but it's great to see them using things that we do every day and taking ownership, and then they're teaching the class and they're singing along. So it's just some examples, but ultimately I think it's been like the diamond in the rough. Like, it's been there, but like we didn't know about it, and now it's really just helping to bring everything that we've been doing and the trainings we've been going to and all the professional development and helping me see. And I think and I will let Alyssa add anything if she wants to as well, that I'm sorry, I'm clearly going all over the place. But it's just great to have something that helps you put it all together. So it's like the glue that just makes it all make sense. So that is what I have to say on SEAL. Did you want to add anything? Okay, go.
I am here for emotional support, but I do want to add something. I want to say that something I've noticed with the SEAL model is when you front load them with all this academic language, it makes everyone in the classroom on the same level. And even some of my quietest learners are raising their hands. They're super confident. And that's the biggest thing I've seen, is just that confidence in my students, which we love to see because they're more engaged. But they also are teaching each other, which we know once you can teach something, that means you truly know it. So I think that's the biggest thing I've taken from SEAL strategies, is they all are on the same level. They're helping each other, and they've just become one big community. So that's what I want to add.
Thank you, ladies. Real quick before we move on, one thing, the easiest way I can remember, the biggest root of information that I found when we went up to see the SEAL program was we're back to teaching math through science and teaching language arts through social studies. Those two subjects have been really put on the back burner because they're not directly impacted. But you can teach math better through science, and you can teach language arts better through social studies. We're social creatures. All right. Next, Bub, please. All right. Up next is that literacy playbook we're talking about. This is going to be rolling out after Christmas. It's going to be a big, hairy deal. But the 4 components that we put in there were academic language, collaborative conversations, phonemic awareness, and thinking maps, all of which are within that SEAL realm. So language and literacy tools that make thinking visible. The literacy playbook gives us aligned concrete strategies to strengthen reading, writing, and communication in every content area. Not spelling, because I don't know how to spell aligned, but it doesn't matter. Next, Bub. Professional Learning Communities, PLC, collaboration that sustains the change, aligns practices across classrooms, and now I'm seeing schools with that playbook. Use data to inform instruction, build collective teacher efficacy. PLCs are the glue, that holds the system together, where reflection, data, and alignment happen consistently. Next. What you see in the classroom with the building thinking classrooms, students problem solving at whiteboards. What students do, I'm a thinker. SEAL, rich scaffold conversations, I can express my ideas. The literacy playbook provides vocabulary walls, thinking maps, collaborative conversations. I actually have tools to explain myself. And then the PLC, teachers reflecting together, my teachers learn from my learning. And last, when all elements align, you see students who are not just compliant, but curious, confident, and capable. And I didn't mean to, but all small things, all dynamite comes in small packages. All that. So thank you, and I'm very excited. I only have a few more years left, 2 to be specific after this, and I am looking really, really forward to seeing how far we can go. I know we can get this off the ground, and dual immersion is something that I want to see before I leave. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Any questions?
Yes. Many.
You want them to answer? You want them to stay up there so you can answer?
I want them all up there so they can answer. Wonderful presentation. Thank you, everybody, for coming out, sharing with us everything. Couple of questions, I guess, starting with building thinking classrooms. It seems like a very Kagan structured event. how does that lend itself to above grade level students and their achievement of excelling beyond grade level performance?
Can I have you stand up to the microphone again? Sorry, thank you.
I think it lends itself, it opens it wide open. Those open-end discussions that those kids are having, the teachers aren't guiding that. They're having their own discussions, going through those problems and seeing how each person is figuring it out. And then they get to pick. It's almost a menu piece. So they're given 3 different ways of how to do it. And then they go in and share with another group and find out how they did it. So there's a lot of thinking aloud. And so I think all ends of the spectrum of learners are able to benefit from the thinking classroom. I really do. The more, and I'm not well versed in it, but what I'm seeing is kids talking, collaborating, and getting to pick how they figure out a problem versus being told how to figure out a problem. And a lot of times that leads to hating math. So, and it is math driven. It's kind of based around math, but it can be used in any capacity. Please do.
So one of the things that thinking classrooms, I've gotten to witness it on a couple occasions, is that it really brings all the knowledge that's in the room. So your students are essentially the teachers as well. So it empowers them to front load the knowledge that they know and they can apply and then share that knowledge. So we have to remember that a classroom is always a room full of knowledge. The teacher is not the only source of knowledge. So empowering them to allow them to share that knowledge and to use those critical thinking skills and to encourage them to be authentic and share what they know helps to build different solutions, and it helps them think outside of the box, which is essentially what we are trying to create. So yeah, thank you.
Awesome. All right. I have next SEAL, and then I have plus one. Oh, well, I think just expanding on that. So if anybody has any BTC questions, Ruth?
No, I'm just I'm amazed about the thematic teaching, because I remember back in the I might say the 1990s when they introduced that. I was a TA back then, and it was amazing that how you started singing again. It just brought me back to that, how kids implemented the SEAL and the singing. It just helps the students. I know in 2009 when it was Common Core introduced as well, right? That how they implemented the same thing, same curriculum, and by you bringing it back, it's just sometimes when it's not broken, why change it, right? So it seems to be working. It worked back then. It worked for my kids. It worked for the kids, I thought. So bringing that back, thematic plus the music and the culture, is just amazing to see that. So kudos to you guys. Good job. Thank you.
Yeah, there was nothing more rewarding when I was doing an observation, and when we went up to Sacramento, I think it was up around there. It was an action. We were just amazed by it. But when you see your own students doing the same thing, it's pretty cool.
Good job.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah. Going on to the Sobrato early academic language. You mentioned that you see this as a bridge to dual language immersion. Dual language DLI was the intent of that is the entire education, and you made comments about that there's broad academic integration with the SEAL, but DLI is specifically that the entire day is taught. So what DLI does is has a combination or a full composition classroom of your English language learners as well as your English speakers is SEAL along those same lines. And is language is I mean, I guess more in depth of that, is it's taught in Spanish and English throughout the day?
So so essentially we're doing SEAL during integrated time. So the whole class gets exposed to it. So the thematic units, the core of what we're teaching. And then during designated, that's when we go deeper. And we have obviously the English and Spanish. I have started to integrate the English and Spanish because I am bilingual and I have the ability to do that. But that is the intention with the dual immersion, is to eventually start to allow students to feel empowered and learning language. So they're learning their language along with another language, in essence, English being the language that we're learning. And then if they're a Spanish speaker, then it's great because our monolinguals are getting to connect to those students that are bilingual and they have a point. And so they're able to kind of teach each other, and it just builds a sense of community. And that, I think, is essentially, it draws the correlations and helps them feel like they belong. And so, and they're learning together and they teach each other things. As I said earlier, one of the things that Thinking Classrooms does is that there's so much knowledge in the room, and we have to leverage that as teachers, and we have to utilize that. And these are the tools that really help us access that knowledge and bring it to our students so that they feel empowered. Hopefully I answered your question.
No, totally. Thank you. I appreciate that. What is the composition of the classroom with your English learners and your English speakers?
Are you talking about ratio specifically, or like the
Yeah, or-
composition, like how the day kind of is?
No, population, the students.
Oh, gosh.
And is this only one classroom? Are we horizontal on it, vertical? Are we doing anything?
We are trying to go vertical alignment. We're definitely starting with the younger grades. So I know that like in second grade and in kinder, we're doing SEAL. We're trying we're trying to really get our colleagues on board so they can see the power of what it can do. But yeah, our EL population is like a third, if not. Yeah, they're English learners. But that's not saying those that speak the language and have exited the ELD program, because we do have a huge bilingual population at our school. So it's just really supporting our community. And yeah, like it's brought nothing but success in our classroom. So.
And has there been cultural integration in terms of like arts and culture or celebrations?
Yes, absolutely. Because we're trying to align them to the standards. So in fact, we're going to be going into a social studies unit next, which is the past and the present. And that's what we're trying to really bring, is that sense of who am I, where do I come from? How are we the same? How are we different? So it's really allowing us to not only explore the curriculum and the standards, but really allowing students to take ownership of their learning, who they are, and again, build that sense of community.
Thank you.
I've got maybe a little bit different question, but you mentioned, forgive me for not giving probably the exact terms, but some buy-in from the other staff, maybe upper level grades. What kind of challenges are you seeing? And what are some of the concerns that they have?
I definitely think we've got buy-in from the upper grades, actually. I want to say Phelan Elementary, when we attend the SEAL trainings, we have representation from every grade level, and we have been collaborating to work on how we can make that vertical alignment. We're building a scope and sequence right now using the thinking maps as a guide, so that we are all engaging in kind of the same concept when we are beginning the year. I know we started with like description, and then we're going to go into compare and contrast. And then we're going to be building that into our thematic unit. So if we're going in through social studies or science, it's essentially following that, spiraling that same alignment all the way up. So that way what they're getting in kinder to first is just building on each other. And that's really how we're trying to expand on that, because SEAL really, what I've seen is, because you're teaching everything, you're teaching science through language arts, you're teaching math through science, you're integrating everything. It just helps the brain have more ownership of what's being taught. And I think that that is what we're trying to really build through the levels. Do you want to add anything?
I'll say we do have buy-in from our upper grades. Not everybody's been to the training yet. So I think that's mainly where we're really excited about it. So maybe we don't explain it in the best way because we're giddy. So we're not the best teachers when it comes to our colleagues. So I will say it's purely based off of they haven't had the full training yet. So that's what I would say.
Perfect. Thank you. I think Ruth has another question.
Yes, can you please elaborate on RTI? I know you mentioned the tiers, so can you give me a little bit more?
Our RTI one, I feel that Phelan's a little bit higher in that, and I put a lot of our reclassification success to our RTI. Our first and second grade team, we created a half-hour block every Thursday, and they get together and they create groups within the first and second grade, as well as RSP. and SDC for that matter. So I have 10 to 12 teachers able to be an army for those learning gaps. We're able to make those groupings smaller. So we're really being much more strategic. And then, excuse me, second and third doesn't sound good.
Okay.
So we're getting those big groups of RTI, and I really believe that's why my success in the classification, because they're getting the RTI efforts, they're getting the ELD efforts, I mean, they're getting.
I know there's so
and
many you
there's a lot
have.
of
Yeah, that's good.
labels.
Okay.
And good teachers.
And I will add again, back seal, sorry. So what I'm seeing with seal is that it's providing very strong tier 1 instruction. So while in RTI we're going a little bit deeper to try to address those gaps, but seal is really providing, like my colleague was saying, that platform for all students to have access. So it really feels like it's filling in the gaps because we're seeing the results of it now too. When
It's
we're
embedded.
It is embedded, yes, absolutely. And so when we are assessing, we're seeing that, okay, this is where we need to focus, but they're picking it up at such a faster rate because of the way the instruction is conducted in the classroom.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yeah, please.
Yeah, first of all, to our 3 Phelan Elementary School Falcon friends, colleagues, I mean, just so proud of you and the whole school over there and all the great work. It seems to me, right, that what they described is just a powerful example of a system where there's incredible investment, but also coherence, alignment, connectivity, really powerful. And passion always, Elsa. Thank you. But maybe not a fair question, but I feel like I can count on all 3 of you, but just looking for one of you to talk about the kids. And your kids are so connected and invested, like I mentioned earlier about yourselves in this build out. What has been a statement from a student recently that just might really express from the student's standpoint, just how invested those kids are in this effort here? Tony, thanks for stepping up on this.
It was about the second week of school, and I was at the front pickup, and Mrs. Trejo is marching a kid at me, a little guy. And I'm like, oh no, Liz, please. I mean, it looked like she was upset. Would you tell him what you just said? And he says, our school is a wonderful community. And that's when I knew, my little bilingual guy was, he was internalizing the community.
That's an awesome.
And we have our, I'll end on this. We have our I statement that we say every day as a school on Fridays. I am just as important as anybody else. We are Phelan Falcons. We are family.
Yeah.
And then we do it in Spanish. And it is hilarious how good they are getting in Spanish.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Thanks, Tony. Thanks.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
All right. I think we're going to move to the next item, which is a employee recognition.
It sure is. Thanks so very much, Clerk Lefevre. Really credit to the board. I know we're missing 2 today, but they, both Christina Behringer, our president, and member Nathan Bristol were right behind all 3 of you with that idea of recognizing really extraordinary effort, simply put. And so to Clerk Lefevre, if you don't mind, is it okay if I go up to the podium as we normally do, and we'll call you and the rest of the team up for pictures? But before, and we got to find out about this individual. If that's okay.
Sounds great.
Want to make sure we go out to our millions of viewers out there, internet there and so forth. And so, as I mentioned, it's just a real pleasure to be able to talk about extraordinary effort. And we have it happening on all kinds of fronts. Today, who we're going to be recognizing is an individual who has been doing extraordinary work for a long time. I'll say he's still young, but that goes beside the point. That's Todd Anton. And I'm hoping that we can just have Todd Anton come up here and embarrass you a little bit. Is that okay if we come up here, Todd? Thank you. So in a moment, I'll read to him what it says on the plaque, but I can't stop there. I've got to really start with Todd Anton, the person. And so I had the good fortune. I'm 32 years here in the school district. And so my first year, he and I, we got to work together. Todd's just a touch before me. It doesn't mean he's older than me, but he did start just a touch before me. And I will say, just in my first year as a teacher at Pinyon Mesa Middle School, it's very, very clear to me that Todd was a special individual. And so he took me under his wing and taught me about the power of so many things in learning. But I think one of the things that I learned from him unequivocally that he is just masterful at, and he has mastered so many things, but that's the notion of service. Todd Anton is truly a beautiful person in many regards, but he has a servant's heart like really no other. And it touches so many fronts here in the Snowline. And I know I'm just preaching to the choir here, but I think it really requires this. And his service it just manifests itself in a multitude of ways. And with my probably fading memory, I'll just go back 5 days ago, right? 5 days ago when Todd, sent to myself and his wonderful principal over there, Debbie Arbazu, and I can't remember who else might have been in on that. But here he was working with Builders Club at the Heritage School. And they, as a group, with his powerful leadership, decided to put together, I think it was 70. Yeah, 70. I'll call them gifts of love. And why they're gifts of love? Because it was Todd Anton who facilitated with these kids the idea that the federal shutdown was having an incredibly powerful impact in a negative way across many fronts. And in particular, we think about that notion of people having food insecurities as well as other kinds of insecurities. It was those students at the leadership of Todd that he does time and time again. I can't even tell you how many times, but this was just a few days ago. And he just said, oh, by the way, this is what we accomplished. And what a powerful outreach there to make sure that those individuals there were getting maybe just a little bit of what they need to make sure that they could make it day by day because of the heart of this gentleman. Well, tonight, though, I'm just narrowing a little bit. We could recognize Todd in so many fronts, but I want to talk about his work with veterans. And I've outlined a plaque that we gave to him on his 31st, that's right, 31 veterans dinners. I think the first one started off with crock pots. Didn't it?
Hot dogs and mac and cheese.
And mac and cheese. And it was how many?
At the first dinner?
Yeah, the first dinner.
Like 45.
Yeah,
50
45,
guys.
50 guys. And that's incredible in a first effort, right? Think about that. We would love to get that in anything and everything that we do. But those of us who know Todd know that he has had hundreds and hundreds. And ultimately, when we add them all together, I mean, we're talking thousands and thousands of veterans up here in Snowline, but it's extended throughout the high desert and beyond, who come to that event and come and experience something incredibly special. And I'll tell you, Todd has been the facilitator of that. And he's always said, I've learned from him in so many ways. You hear him say it all the time. Freedom is not free. And I absolutely agree with that. And here I want to be really careful because I don't want to draw the complete parallel, but I think there is a parallel with leadership. Because leadership, not only is it not free, leadership is hard. But Todd has exhibited the necessary leadership that's required to make that happen time and time again. It's not one penny has been spent at this level because he's got sponsorships, and it happens because people know his heart. People know the love that he's put forth each and every single time. And we gave him, I wanted to embarrass him a couple of times, so we did it at the 31st effort here relative to the Veterans Dinner. And the plaque says this. It says, in grateful recognition of 31 years of outstanding service, dedication, unwavering commitment to honoring and supporting our nation's, that's the point I want to emphasize right here, our nation's veterans. Because Todd has touched our nation's veterans. I mean, I can go on and talk about Steven Spielberg and Tom Hanks and his connectivity in that regard. He's a humble person. He won't talk about that, but he knows those individuals. And if you know those individuals, they're at the forefront, right, of connecting our veterans to services and I'll say resources, but most importantly, the love of a nation. And Todd's right there with those individuals that he's been there for years. And he won't say that, but I just said it. And so he knows those individuals. And he's been at the highest level. But ultimately, who's he served the best? He serves Snowline the best. And that's what I'm just so very much appreciative of. And so his 31st and last one, I think. Are you still on?
I'm still on, man.
Okay. Well, no, but you're not.
No, I retired. in
Yeah.
116 days.
So he's not counting, but 116 days. In 116 days, he is retiring. But what was beautiful at that last event, as a teacher, we were able to kind of call him out and say that he was going to commit to this effort moving forward. And we love that idea, of course, and so many other fronts. But that's only done because of a gentleman who's got a servant's heart like no other, and has given an extraordinary effort at that last event just a couple weeks ago. So we can isolate it to there, but that doesn't do it justice. It's been done so many times by Todd Anton, and it just can't ever be done in any other way like him. He's one in a billion or trillion or whatever that number might be in that regard. And so we're so very grateful. And so to Todd Anton in this regard, we're highlighting his efforts specific to the veterans and specific to that veterans dinner. And like I said, Todd, I could go on, but here, I'm going to ask our board members to come forward here. But here is the exemplary employee award that we give here. And it says, in recognition of outstanding dedication, exceptional contribution to the student, staff, and community of Snowline Joint Unified School District, and specifically because of his work with the veterans, but it goes oh so very much further than that. And Todd, I thank you so very much for your great efforts. We're not going to miss you because you're going to be here. So we can't say we're going to miss you. Absolutely. But simply put, as I just said there, can I just have a huge round of applause for this week's or this meeting's exemplary employee award goes to Todd.
Yeah, it says exemplary, and there's no quotations around it. So that's cool. I appreciate that. I appreciate that.
Do you want to give us some comments before we take?
I do. And then I know you guys, there are a lot of people here. And I appreciate the fact you have my name on this, but this is not me. This is us. This is what we build together, what we do together, what lasts together. All of you out here who put your hat in the ring and are sitting in front and taking slings and arrows every day, the principals out here who give countless hours in service and dedication to everybody, you're the true heroes. You're the ones that matter. You're the ones that show up. You're the ones that take it. You're the ones that do the yeoman's work. And to the board, the reason I am so honored to speak to you tonight is because I want to say thank you. Thank you for year after year, decade after decade, 35 years of teaching. And it's a family. And people are saying 116 days till I retire. That's just a cover for the fact that I'm going to be a crying mama's boy on that last day. Because we care, because we do this job, because of those teachers that were here. We love our students, we serve our students, we love our families, we serve our families. Because without our families, we have nothing. Without our veterans, we have nothing. And my favorite story that let me know that this Veterans Dinner mattered, that it made an impact. And just within the last Veterans Dinner, we lost 3 of the men that were at the dinner just in the span of just a few weeks that I was letting, but they wanted to be there. But the very first dinner that we had it at the Womack Auditorium here back when years and years ago. And we had the Barstow veterans show up, and they brought their vans in, and I wanted the kids to be out there to greet them and everything. And when the van showed up and the door opened up, then you had the little lever that would lower the wheelchairs down. And you saw they were missing limbs, and you saw that they were quadriplegics, and they were operating it with the use of their mouthpiece. And the kids were shocked. They were nervous. They didn't know how to deal with that difference. They were facing that. And I said, go over there, get to work, shake their hands, welcome them, tell them to come on in. And they did, and they came down. And by that time, we had chicken. We got away from the terrible high sodium concentrate meals that we had. But we had a nice chicken, vegetable. We had a nice dinner going. And one of the nurses that was serving one of the quadriplegic, she was cutting up his dinner and feeding it to him, obviously. And I went over to her and I said, hey, can one of my students feed him and serve him his dinner? And she said, yeah. So she went over to the girl, her name was Jill. And she said, Jill, small bites, sweetheart, small bites. Okay. And so she did. She started cutting it up and feeding it to him. And she said to him, he goes, so how'd you get crippled? I'm like, oh, no. That's not the vocabulary we use. But she didn't know. She was 14. She was just being her age. And he said, well, honey, I was a Huey chopper pilot in Vietnam. And I was landing in the landing zones, the LZs, and right outside of Da Nang. And I was taking the wounded soldiers in and out in my helicopter. And that's what I did. In fact, I got shot down 8 times. And on the 8th time, I shot down and I lost the use of my arms and my legs. And she goes, wait, dude, you were shot down 8 times? He goes, yeah. You must not have been a very good pilot. I thought, I'm going to hear a whole new set of Marine Corps vocabulary here tonight. And he looked at her and he laughed. And the nurse came over, gave me a hug, kissed me on the cheek, and she said, it's the first time in 5 years of working with him you've ever heard him laugh. He passed away the following week. And he left her, Jill, you know, the veterans hats with all the little medals that hang on it. He left that hat to her as a gift. And that just shows you the power of connectivity, the power of community, the power that we have here in Snowline, not only to educate, but that word inspire. That word inspire is what we do every day, but what these kids did for these veterans is inspire them to get past their dreams, get past their nightmares, and embrace the freedom that they've fought so hard, that they've been denying themselves. That a common 14-year-old girl, he said he died a free man. And we gave her that hat and sent that to her, made sure he had a little card with it, and it said, I died a free man, thanks to you, Jill. And so those veterans, I can go on plenty more stories. They're great stories. But what I can tell you that none of those stories would have happened if it wasn't for the board that said yes, to you that said yes, to principals that say yes. Because the best thing you can do is to say yes. And, you know, because you never know the magic that happens, because it does. It's a magical time. So I thank you for this undeserved, you know, this is all of us together. All of us together. That's what this Veterans Dinner does. And it shows the strengths of our community, and what we can do to transform lives. That's why we're in this business, isn't it? And thank you very much. I appreciate it from the bottom of my heart. Right in the middle. Okay. All right. I'm going to put this over the middle because it makes me look thin.
While we're filming here, I know I've heard multiple times at your dinners, I should have said it earlier, that those veterans, but this is the first time I've been thanked for my service. Have you heard that?
For Vietnam veterans all the time.
Right.
Because
Absolutely, right?
it's a disgrace that we make them feel that. So we're working hard. Thank you.
Thanks.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Good to see you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Thanks, boss. Good to see you. Thanks again. Appreciate it. I like this too. That's really good.
I think before you walk out, is there anyone that wants to add anything? I know we'll probably have plenty to say about him. Anything you guys want to mention real quick?
Well, behind my sniffles, I will say, just really grateful. You do apply that greatness to everybody, but it takes a leader. Thank you for being that effect. Thank you for being that change for all of us. Grateful.
I got a million ideas and a million miles an hour.
Let's do it.
Let's just do it. It doesn't matter. I'm graduating. I'm not retired. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Anton. I mean, I have fond memories. I have a lot of stories that my kids told me about how much they helped out with the Builders Club, with the Veterans Dinners. And it's amazing because you taught them how to be good citizens, good people, and to give back to their community. They still talk about it, and to have an admiration to serve, not just military, but serve others that need it.
So inspired by the great commandments, love your neighbors
Yes, and because of that, they still serve me.
Yeah, well, I see you and I, serve your kids. I remember him in middle school. I taught Corey in middle school. I taught Daniel Flores in middle school. It's the reward of seeing fruits of your labor
Yes.
in that. Because in this job, you build a house, you see the house. You paint a painting, you see the painting. But when you teach kids, you don't necessarily know. And so at times like this, you know.
Yeah.
So thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
I want to just add just a couple things. I'm not going to say too much because I'll get emotional like Todd, but he's a great impact. We all know that. And with that comes a great wife behind him or alongside him. So thank you, Miss Anton, for doing all you do. Sorry. But I know Todd's quick to throw everyone else in there as part of this, but this is truly inspiration by him. He brings forth a lot of commitment, a lot of inspiration, and a lot of follow through. So thank you so much for doing that. I think it's a testament of who you are and what you represent. We talk about it all the time. Our people matter, but it's really important that we show that all people matter. And I know that's what Todd's all about, is people matter, and every little part of the community that we serve, the people that we impact, it goes far and wide. We just need to remember that. So thank you so much, Todd. We'll move to the next item in the agenda, which is public comments. I'll read this statement just as a reminder. Members of the audience may address the board on any topic, regardless of whether it appears on the agenda or not. However, due to the Brown Act regulations, the board cannot engage in public discussion on items not on the agenda. Topics not on the agenda, which are brought to the board's attention, may be investigated by district administration and a report made to the board, either publicly or privately at a future meeting. Comments from the visitors shall not exceed 3 minutes unless the time limit is waived by the majority of the board. The board shall limit the total time for the public input on each item to 20 minutes. With board consent, the board president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public presentations depending on the topic and the number of persons wishing to be heard. With that being said, we'll have our first comment, which is public comment by Amanda Shiatovich Klute. Sorry if I said that wrong.
Hi, my name is Amanda Chadovich Cloutier, and I'm here today as a mom and not as a tenured teacher. If you guys could do me a favor and write down 3 numbers for me, I'd appreciate it. The numbers are 51, 31, and 2. So that's 51, 31, and 2. Thank you. That's my attention grabber. So now you got to listen, and then I'll tell you what that means at the end. It took me every bit of a godly woman not to walk in here tonight and kick every single one of you with a steel-toed boot. Not joking. But I knew you would find a policy to protect you, unlike you did for my son. You found enough time to have a powwow before school, even started with the second in command at the elementary school in Pinion Hills, the commanding officer and the school PD, and the superintendent to protect yourself. But when it came to protecting my son, you failed. You couldn't be bothered to start an investigation because fun costumes, unrelated meetings, and even, yes, grabbing things from your cars were more important to making making sure your school was safe. Because of this delay, the bully you protected now has his name in the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department system because I didn't fail to protect my son. Your own PD wouldn't even help investigation or be bothered. But he sure was proud and could care less when he declared that this type of stuff, happens multiple times a day on every campus in this district. To the commanding officer of our police department, if this is our norm, how about you get off from behind your desk and protect our kids? You head of the district, have had 3 weeks to run a secondary investigation and complete a civilian complaint against your commanding officer. However, I have heard nothing up until about 90 minutes ago. Your staff didn't know the procedure and still has not sent the requested documents I am legally allowed to ask for. So as you can see, safety is not a priority for the team up here. In addition, the district represented bully program does not meet the Department of Education standards. You can research this through your own links at the bottom of the Snowline website. Your posters in the classroom do not meet the standards, and the way principals protect our kids do not meet California Department of Education expectations and mandates. So back to those 3 numbers, 51, 30, 51, 31, and 2. It's a bullying policy, 5131.2, written by you that you did not follow. You can especially take a look at examples of prohibiting conduct and measures to prevent bullying. So since obviously you could care less, take initiative on your own, you just made a note for yourself to review it. And let's not forget our why behind following through with this assignment. Because an 11-year-old getting bullied by an already reported student and another with intent to harm is not considered bullying in this district. And according to the second in command at the school in Pinion Hills, it's only considered mean. So when I
Please wrap up, okay?
Okay, I have 2 sentences. So when I contemplated coming in here and kicking you all in the same way, we all know that it wouldn't have been considered mean. It would have been considered battery. So let's take a moment to think about that. Okay, and since I have you, pretty much put up with this for a couple of years, can the males on your board quit winking at me? I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public comment is from Serrano Campus Monitors.
I think got multiple people and they might be able to bring to the conversation.
Okay.
You know, if you're talking visually or you or some combination there.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know.
Do you guys want to comment all together or yield your time? Okay, so one
I don't know
person.
how this is gonna go, to be honest. I ain't even gonna lie, this is my first time here ever at a board meeting, so I'm very nervous.
Okay,
So please forgive me. Good evening.
try not to be nervous. We're just people.
I know,
but-
but you guys are big people.
But we will have a 3-minute limit. Okay.
Okay, so then we're probably gonna just, they'll probably try to take you back.
If they want to yield their time, they can go to you. Okay. Okay.
It's my first meeting. Good evening, guys. So what I'm bringing to you guys is the security position that has been brought upon us, kind of blindsided. First, let me tell you a little about myself. My name is Kathy Rodriguez. I'm a campus monitor at Serrano. And I love my job. I love my job. I love the kids. I love our office. We do a lot for the kids, a lot more than we should. We have 6 job duties that we have done our research, and literally those 6 job duties are elementary school job duties, which we have asked to be reclassified. When we heard about this security position being brought to our school, we found it very unfair. At first, when I heard about it, I was gung-ho. I was like, oh, okay, there's going to be certain requirements and certain certain classifications and training and this and that and having a guard card, which was great. And I was going to apply for the position. And then when this position finally flew after the first time I heard about it, almost, I want to say 5 months, 6 months later, maybe even a whole school year, it wasn't what we thought it was going to be. There's a lot of things that we do in our position of our 6 job duties where we take care of our campus. And one of them is safety. And that is our number 1 priority. And the number 1 priority is our kids. And we do so much for those kids. Not only do we try to make sure they're safe, we make sure that they're mentally okay, physically okay. There's so much stuff that these kids go through every single day, and we hear it every single day, and it's very sad. There's some of these people on this board that have never worked at a high school. And it's sad that they're making this justification for this job of what happened 5 years ago with the students and parents. And I know I cannot tell you off the top of my head because I did my research and I was so excited about this board meeting, and I completely forgot about the article number. But it is an article number in our chapter that was bypassed, from my understanding from Mr. Primo when we had our meeting with him, that he did say that we decided to go without the union votes. And this job title was to be based off of what happened 5 years ago. And yes, it was 5 years ago, not 2, Mr. Primo. I'm just letting you know that because we calculated. And so when you bypass this article that bypassed our chapter votes, then why? Because, and from my understanding, it's supposed to be if there was an emergency. And if this is based off of what happened 5 years ago, why didn't that emergency happen 5 years ago for that position? And so now here we are 5 years later, and there is a position that is being created, 2 security guards on our campus who are going to do exactly what we all do. From what we read on what the requirements are and their duties, we do 20 out of the 26 that was originally posted. Then that position got pulled, and now all of a sudden there's only 20. But regardless, we do the majority of it. And it's disheartening because I love my job. And the sad part is that, are we not good enough for you guys to think of us as in, why can't we just certify them in a certain way to get them paid in a certain way? But we have to have security guards that are going to come in who A, are not going to carry pepper spray, B, not going to have handcuffs, and C, not going to have zip ties. So what's the point? What's the point of them being on the campus? If we are going to have somebody on our campus that's going to wear a uniform and pretty much discourage the kids and intimidate the kids, then you might as well hire another Eastman or 2, which we would be okay with. Who's going to be able to put their hands on the kids or whatever the case may be, but they will never be mentally there for the kids like we are. And it's sad that we all feel, some of them couldn't be here tonight, but we all feel that we're not good enough. And we busted our tails off to work and build a rapport with these kids who have in the morning, from the morning they walk on campus, already have a bad day, to where now we have to tell them to throw their Starbucks, because that's probably the only bonding time they get with their parents in the morning, to buy a Starbucks, and they have to throw it away because they're 5 minutes late. It's sad. It's very sad. And we have to break it to them to make them understand that this is what the rules are for the ones that are admin up here. It's not our call, but we have to abide by the rules. So we have to enforce them. We don't make them. We just enforce them. And it's sad. I'm going to keep saying sad all night. But my question is that what has happened since 5 years ago that has been so bad on our campus that you guys have to hire this security spot? Like, what has? Yeah, it's because I think we all do a great job. I think we all have. Yeah, there's still going to be fights. Any school's going to have fights. I don't compare ourselves to LA County. I don't compare ourselves to Silverado. I don't compare ourselves to Adelanto or all the other ghetto schools that are very bad. And they've always told me, because I was like, I might as well go to a different school district. Kathy, you don't want to go there. Because those kids, there's a lot of gangs out there. They don't like people like you. And you know what? A lot of these high schoolers, from freshman year to senior year, and I've been there 9 years at Serrano, and by the time they get to their junior, senior year, they tell me, Kathy, I didn't like you when I met you. I was like, well, when did you meet me? Like, when did we have an interaction? Because I go through a lot of kids. And they said, my freshman year, you dress coded me. You busted me in for a wax pen. You did this, you did that. And by their senior year, they're like, all they had to do was get to know me because I'm still a mama. I still protect these kids, whether they cuss me out 2 days ago or hit me. I've been hit plenty of times, but that doesn't stop me from doing my job. And for this position to come about is disheartening and upsetting for something that we already do. So why can't we have that? Why can't we get the certification, how to handle kids, how to break up a fight? Because in our job description, morally, or in our job description, we're not even supposed to touch the kids. We're not even supposed to break up fights. All we're supposed to do is clean up the campus and go on about our business. But if you got a security guard over here and a security guard over there, and there's a fight happening right here in the pod, I'm going to tell you, admin's not breaking it up. We're in there in the middle because we know these kids, and some of them will stop because of us. So if you hire these security people, morally, I don't have the heart to say, Joe Schmo's getting his ass beat, excuse my language. But guess what? They're going to get pounced on. We're going to have to call security. And by then, they're already bloody and cuts and bruises and bumps. And they're like, and then you guys are all familiar with Serrano moms. So guess what's going to happen? They're going to be like, well, how come Miss Kathy? We all know Miss Kathy with a bad attitude. How come Miss Kathy just stood there not doing anything? Oh, well, we got security for no reason. Yeah. So that's what I wanted to bring. I'm sure I'm missing a lot, but I got the gist of it. And I hope you guys just hear us. That's where we're all here. This is what we are fighting for, is for our jobs, because we don't know what's going to happen to us once you guys start hiring these security who do exactly what we do. It's just they want to be badasses in uniform. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you for your comment.
Because we don't want it to happen or this happen.
Thank you. We have an online comment.
Okay, I have one online comment. It reads, to Snowline JUSD Board of Trustees. My name is Graham Ludlow. I am a watchdog. The Brown Act states, the people of this state do not yield their sovereignty to the agencies which serve them. The people in delegating authority do not give their public servants the right to decide what is good for the people to know and what is not good for them to know. The people insist on remaining informed so that they may retain control over the instruments they have created. This board was first made aware of possible red flags on January 28, 2025, and the 2 previous meetings, additional notice was given. The district should take notice that the new alteration to the current agenda is not district policy. Board bylaws 9320 and 9322 continue to be pointed to since January. Agenda item L1, meeting minutes should be reviewed. This board has been informed of the need to review the meeting minutes. Agenda item P1, I am extremely concerned with the proposed change to Board Bylaw 9005. This is of great concern to all citizens. These changes should not be allowed. It may look like it's doing good, but this removes shall from the law. This should not be adopted as drafted. Please do a full review of Board Bylaw 9005. A better draft can be found in many districts. Thank you.
All right, that takes us to our next item, which is under Administration J1. Information item, update on the improvement.
Item I is required.
Oh, sorry. Adoption of the agenda. Thank you.
I will motion to approve the agenda as it's been presented.
Make it a second.
Second.
And preferential vote. And all in favor? Any opposed? Right. Next is item J1. Dr. Holman.
Yeah, thanks so very much, Clerk Lefevre. Before the board is what we have every single board meeting, right? We start off with our facilities update, right? Updating ourselves relative to the work that's being done across our system, specifically attached to, first and foremost, the school bond, right? Measure J. Want to just remind all of you, right, that what was passed back in November, first of all, again, just remind ourselves it was unprecedented, right? It's never occurred in the history of Snowline. And so to that end, that's where I really want to hone in on this. Thank you. Keep this up here because just want to continue to express our appreciation across the entire community, where that community really ended up saying, hey, we are investing in Snowline Joint Unified School District, investing in our students. We're doing so by virtue of saying yes to Measure J, that's $70.6 million. And again, that thank you, just a small way of just reminders of how grateful we are to be those stewards of the funds, right? We mentioned core values earlier. Clerk Lefevre, appreciate that. Always want to try to make those words come to action here, and ourselves being good stewards of the monies that are entrusted to us in service of facilities. One of the ways we feel like we're doing that from an action standpoint is giving you updates here. And so I'll turn this over to Bill Flynn in just a moment, because credit to Member Martinez. At our last meeting, you talked about some changes to the way that we're sharing, or maybe, changes might not be fair, but maybe just next level communications. And so credit to Bill Flynn. I think he did just what you were asking for. You'll see that in the next few slides. But Bill, I'll turn this over to you so you can give updates relative to where we are across the system, and then a little bit more specifically, I think, about Baldy Mesa Elementary School.
Yeah. So I just wanted to, give a few updates on a few of the projects, where we're at, right? So Serrano focused on this one with looking at our modernization for Serrano. Last time we approved the interim housing. So the goal there is, sometime between March and June, hopefully we're putting in all of that, the interim housing to get ready for the rest of the project. One of our pieces, we're putting the parking lot portion of the project out to bid as soon as we can. Because with OPSC, we have once they gave us this notification that the funding is coming, that comes with a 90-day timeline to have 50% of what OPSC is giving us encumbered, right? Which means we have it under, some sort of a contract to say we're ready to go with this piece. 90 days is a really quick timeline, especially right now, because that means we're bidding during Thanksgiving, Christmas, New Year's, all these sorts of things. It's tough because it used to be 180 days, but with the passage of Prop 2, they shortened that timeline to 90 days, and so it's a very quick turnaround. And so we're bidding out the parking lot because we can separate that. The rest of it is not quite ready. We're still doing some refinements with the architects, and so to bid out the whole project, we weren't quite ready to do that. If we had 180 days, we'd be fine. But just having those 90 days. So the parking lot, we're not doing any changes. We bid that out before. That was a previous one, a couple of years ago that got bid out. So we're looking to bid that out. The other piece that we're actually bidding out right now would be the portables that are going in the back. Remember, there was all the portables in the 400s. They're going to replace some of the ones that we have. And so we're bidding out not all of the work, but just the purchase of those portables. So we wouldn't get them right away because it's not for a couple of years that we would need them. But if we bid them out now, we're hoping we can get all of that to hit that 50% number encumbered prior to January 20th is our date to have that encumbered. So that's happening. That the bidding out the parking lot now won't change it happening in conjunction with the other pieces. So we wouldn't start now because we don't have the interim housing in. So it would be bidding it out now to start with the rest of the project. So it's not the ideal scenario, but we're trying to hit that 90-day timeline on that. Because part of phase 1 would be, like it says there, the parking lot, the front office, the locker room, and the 200s. That will all start together, but we weren't quite ready with the front office, the locker room, and the 200s to put that into that bid package. So we had to make kind of a separation into that 90-day timeline. So if that makes sense, right? So we're working on that piece. With the football field, the next 3 days, we have meetings with 3 different turf manufacturers, to kind of hear about their product. So it's 3 different companies. We kind of looked around to see,
we had our own idea of what we wanted in terms of a minimum specifications, and we found 3 companies that sort of that provide that product. And so the way we would do it is that would actually be bid out separate, right? So it's all one project, but what we can do is acquiring the actual turf itself would do under a CMAS contract, right? So you're basically purchasing the product and then bidding out the installation of that product. So it can save you some money because you get that CMAS price for the product itself. So rather than a contractor taking the bid and them purchasing the product and then charging a markup for us, basically the idea behind that. But over the next 3 days, we're going to be meeting with each of those 3 companies to just kind of hear what makes their product unique. So, and we've invited, our athletic director will be attending those, so we can, kind of have that input and ask questions and those types of things. So, and the goal with it is to look at, can we get the project itself going after the 2026 graduation. So another tight timeline, but that is the target right now, because looking at about 10 months to complete the project, that gives us time to get it done before the next graduation. Any questions on any of that piece? Yes, sir.
On the OPSC funding, when did that 90-day period start? What was day one?
What was it? I think when did we get the letter? I think in October, late October, right? Because our end date is January 20th. So going back from there, it was, October. And that's just when they said, hey, we're going to take it to the, the funding board meeting to release the funds. So there's kind of this indeterminate window between, when we first get notified, like we've been notified with some of the other ones, to when they suddenly say, hey, it's going on the board meeting. So it was like, I think it was the 21st of October and that we got, and then the 22nd was the meeting itself. So, that's when our 90-day clock started ticking.
Do we know that 90-day as it occurred before, or do we learn about that afterwards?
Well, I mean, we know that that's when the clock started ticking because they told us they were taking it to that board meeting. Yeah. Before that, we don't really know which agenda it's going to be on. There's no information. So we were notified, a long time before that they were getting close. And that's what started our whole process, remember, with going back to getting it approved. But when they actually decide, hey, it's going to be on this board meeting agenda, we don't have that information until they tell us, which was the day before, unfortunately.
So we have all hands on deck, hopefully trying to get these projects put together, bid, and awarded we have one meeting in December.
Yeah, it'll be at the January 13th is our target. Yeah. And it's not the whole thing. It's just hitting that. It's about $9.7 million worth of the project being under contract. Because it's basically 50% of the OPSC allocation to us. So it's not the whole project that has to be under. And it doesn't, trying to get information about, hey, what if we don't hit that timeline? What are we talking? Are we talking a 3-month delay to get on another agenda, or are we talking a 6-month delay? So we want to find that information out as well to know potentially if it's like going to be a 3-month delay or even a 6-month delay. That's not really material in terms of the project, because the need for the funding of the project is over the next 2.5 years. So there wouldn't be any harm in missing it. But I want to know that, so we have a question into OPSC to ask that. In the meantime, we're just moving forward with trying to hit that target. Yeah. Yeah. And then on the Serrano Pack, that one's out to bid right now. We're looking at bringing, I think the last we heard is we have actually 8 confirmed bidders on the Serrano Pack. The electrical pieces. And so we'll be bringing the best one to the December 15 board meeting and looking at a project start date of right after school ends. So we'd award it, but the biggest piece with the Serrano Pack Center is the acquisition of all the materials. So until they have everything procured, there's no reason to start any kind of work. And so the goal is that they have that time from December through June to acquire everything, so that the actual installation is pretty minor, right? It would go quick and be done looking at that, September 7th date. So yeah, any questions on any of that so far? We'll move on to the Baldy Mesa. Bub, you want to move on to Baldy Mesa? So thinking about, hey, what are we doing, right? I didn't want to do all of them. We've talked a bit about Serrano, and Baldy Mesa is kind of the next biggest one that has a lot of visual things to see that we're doing. And so at first I started looking at some of the actual drawings from the architects, but that's just not going to work in terms of visually up there. So I just went kind of, old school a little bit and got a Google image of Baldy Mesa. So if you can orient yourself there, right on the right side of the screen, you see Baldy Mesa Road. So that's the front of the school that you would drive by, right? And up there, Bonanza Road brings you into the side in the parking lot. So if that makes sense where you're at. So Bub, if you move to the next slide. So the new bus ramp will be right about there. So part of the project is to put in a new bus ramp. Right now, the buses come in on Bonanza Road over there, right? But in this project, that new bus ramp will be right there in the front on Baldy Mesa Road. And a piece of that is actually a requirement. We have to, when school was built, they didn't have the requirement that the bus is separated from parking lot. Now that's a requirement. So any kind of work that you do on a school, build a new school, you can't have the bus drop off in the same location as any kind of parent pickup or parking. So it has to be separated over there. But Bub, if you move on to the next slide, you'll see that what that does is it's kind of eating into that field. So the field and the new playground, which are part of it, are coming in, but they're shifting over a little bit because the bus ramp will eat into the current front of the school. One of the pieces with that bus ramp, why it's eating in a little more even than originally, is one of the changes we made. Originally, it was a single lane that came in, and so the first question from our transportation department was, well, how many buses fit in that? And I didn't know, so we found out from the architect that 7, and he was like, well, we have, I think, 9. We had more who are actually going to Baldy Mesa. I'm forgetting if my numbers are 9 and 11, but now, so we made it basically a double wide, so the buses will come in and have 2 lanes actually to go in there, and it'll fit more buses than we have. So that's a good piece. But again, it shifts the new playground and the new field over a little bit. So, and there's room because there was space in there between the portables. And so, Bub, if you go on to the next slide, parking. So up in the front of the school there, right, it's not adding a lot of parking in the front, but there's a few right in the front of the building that you see there that are angled there. Right now, there's nothing there. So it's taking out some of just the pavement or the sidewalk there and adding in some parking there. And then along that front, where the bus ramp was before, it's wide enough to add in some additional angled parking there. So, parking is definitely an issue, I think, for a lot of our schools. Serrano's kind of jealous of this picture here with all the parking that Baldy Mesa is going to end up with. But and so in that area where the parking lot was, if you go back one slide, Bub, just too quick to see, look. So all that space that we currently don't have is right. There's that gray over there on the left is just gravel, right? So there's just that limited parking there. So Bub, go back to forward to one slide. We're significantly increasing the size of the parking lot and putting in some very clear pickup and drop off lanes and patterns. The idea being, right, we've got 900 plus students over there at Baldy Mesa. Half of them are getting on the bus and half of them are getting picked up. and that's a task right now. So this is going to significantly help in that. So Bub, you go on to the next slide. Couple of restrooms are going to get redone in the main buildings there. That's one of those pieces that's just, absolute requirement. Anytime you do a modernization, you've got to do those, fire, life, and safety. And so bringing those restrooms up to code is requirement. And then out in those portables out there in the pinkish purple color there, it called for redoing the ramps and redoing a lot of the asphalt that's in between there. And so, Bub, if you go on to the next slide, the other piece was actually adding in a new playground out in the back, doing just more surface area for all of those students. So there's a lot that's there. Some of it, there may be some pricing constraints. So as we go out to bid, we may just have to look at scaling back a few of the things depending on what the actual bids come in at. But we'd start with, potentially not doing that additional playground in the back, right? That might be the first thing we take off of there. And then maybe, the ramps and the asphalt in the middle. I'm hoping that we don't have to take anything off, but, it all kind of depends on what those bids come in at. And there's also, that I don't have on here, there's a whole bunch of all throughout the campus, I'm losing the name now, but redoing the concrete to meet ADA access and compliance. So that's happening all throughout, just because that's a requirement, right? Anytime wherever you're doing that work, we've got to have the path of travel. There you go. To all those pieces. So I didn't quite label all that because it pretty much just cover everything.
Yeah.
So any questions, thoughts on Baldy Mesa?
That'll work.
Yeah. We're actually bidding Baldy Mesa with Chaparral because Chaparral is very much all path of travel work. There's a ton of that all throughout the project. There's also the not visually on there, but there's fire alarm, all those pieces that go along with this project and Chaparral's project as well.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah. And
That's perfect.
oh, sorry.
No, I'm just saying that's perfect visual. It's more.
Yeah, well, thanks for the idea. First of all, there
Yeah.
to Member Martinez, and again, there are more, and there will be more as
Yeah.
those get finalized, right? And so many thanks to Bill for doing that. There, I hope I didn't cut you off, Bill.
No,
Just
no,
got to wrap
yeah.
up a couple
Which is
things. So.
easier for all of us to see and the community to see with
Yeah.
his visuals and that.
Right. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, thank you, Bill, for that. And just take the moment to a huge thanks. Sitting right out front, and he's here every single time. He's been here much more than just at these meetings, right? Jeff Carter, thanks for your great work from Ledesma and Meyer. Lisa Hansen's here out there too. She can vouch for this. There are regular meetings and meeting with them and making sure that'll happen at all of the sites that we're modernizing, and then some. So Jeff, thanks so very much again for your great support and work along the way. We certainly appreciate that. And thanks to Robert Chacon for moving the slides. You did a great job.
I'll throw in one little piece today. We had Don Fish join our meeting today with the architects,
Oh.
to kind of get a flavor of things.
Yeah.
He's going to start the whole process with Bub of,
Thanks for that reminder.
and just after that one meeting, his comment to me was, how do you communicate to the public just how complicated all of this is, It was just hearing all of these things that we have to do and just from that one meeting, we have these every single week with a whole bunch of new things that pop up, but it is really, there's a lot that goes into, Ledesma and our architects and Andy and Rick and Rick Dawson, Rick Henderson, Hernandez, sorry, goodness, coordinating all the things that have to go into these projects. And so it is right. I put up a simple graphic. We're going to redo the parking lot. We're going to redo, but we have just so many more details that have to go into all the compliance things. So. So yeah, I guess to echo, thank you to Jeff and the rest of the team, all that work.
Absolutely. So again, just we're really thankful for this opportunity to be able to convey this information. We'll continue to do it. Thanks so very much for allowing us to do what is said here, because I just a reminder, I love this slide here, right? Educate, inspire, and prepare our students for lifelong success. Certainly we're doing that through facilities, and it's an all hands on deck effort, right? And you just articulate very well, Bill, at the tip of the spear, but so many people doing great work. Appreciate it there.
Great. Thank you. We'll go to the next item on the agenda, J2, which is an information item. I'll turn the time over to Dr. Holman.
Yeah, thanks so very much. You nailed it. It's an information item. I'm going to turn that over to in just a moment here to a member Hernandez, because before the board here is an information item that was brought to all of you from member Hernandez. You might remember member Hernandez and Bill Flynn went to a conference. That conference is going to be alluded to in just a moment. And that was really driven by originally a 30-minute, I guess I'll call it workshop or information session, if you will, that both member Hernandez and myself went to back, as it says up there, educational workforce housing. And member Hernandez said, hey, what do you think about him going to the conference with Bill Flynn? They have done that. And so member Hernandez, turn over to you, because I think you're going to head up this slideshow. But we also have, of course, Bill Flynn right here too, who was part of that conference not too long ago, right there on the screen.
Yeah. Thank you very much. A little unusual, I guess, to have a presentation for my board member on these agenda items, but honestly, a unique task that you all approved. Sans our two other board members missing today. By consensus, this was something that we all decided, hey, it was worth a venture. So first and foremost, I appreciate this board thinking outside the box and looking at different opportunities. So if we go to the first slide, just a really quick, what is educational workforce housing? Definition from CSBA: housing built by school districts on their own land to help teachers and staff live closer to where they work. It is the idea that the school district develop excess land into opportunities for housing. So if we go to the next slide, there's some really important things of what it is. Educational workforce housing is modern and intentional housing units that are built with the idea of the tenant of a modern and something that's going to be livable, desirable, but they are also going to be presented at below market rates. That these opportunities are so that our staff have the opportunity to be in a home that is very affordable and something that is an attractive part of working at Snowline. And like it says, it's supporting the Snowline workforce. But what it is not low income housing. Those are some very specific terms that would have to meet for that. It's not the projects, it's not these, items that, look very institutional. They're not, intended for, any kind of public use like that. Like it says, not for public use. This is not open to the public. It is, again, absolutely about Snowline workforce or an educational workforce. And the biggest item to all of this, there's a net zero impact to the school budget. This doesn't touch general funds. This isn't about, generating revenue. It's not that either. It is simply a benefit to our staff. So as we go to the next slide, just a few examples currently of what's happening in California with educational workforce housing. This is just a few of the number of projects that are completed in California. Santa Clara, Jefferson, Union, and elementary school districts. They are large, beautiful places to live, very modern. So in the next slide, you'll see that in California, there are only 9 developments that have completed and are operational. It's not many. It's not like, oh, this is happening all around us and, we're last on board. If this is something that we decide to go after, will be groundbreaking in terms of a rural area. The 9 districts are listed there of who's doing it, and they don't want to spend too much time on those specifically, but the statement at the bottom, everything that is developed and operational are high density, very high cost of living, very high demand houses, high rental costs. These are the things that make it challenging for these districts to retain and attract their talent. Moving on, educational workers housing is supported by California lawmakers. There are a lot of laws that have already been in place, a lot more coming. This is something that California has deemed a very high priority to help with our housing insecurities throughout the state. So while it directly impacts your educational workforce, what it does is alleviates that need from your general housing needs for the area. So if you are in an area that already has really high demand, these individuals now have a place to go, freeing up their housing for folks. So just some of these future ones are going to be very interesting. No interest loans to education agencies. So they would provide opportunities for all the soft costs, all the pre-development work, not the actual construction, but no interest loans. An opportunity for the school districts to borrow money to work on this stuff and not having to have any additional cost to those other than what's going to cost, So there is huge support and growing from the state. So these are coming up. There are other items that will be coming up through the state. Moving on from that, it's like, why would we need educational workforce housing? Why the desert? Why Snowline? Honestly, beneficial to the staff. That's going to be our number one thing. It's attract and retain. When we can seek out and look for folks that want to come to Snowline, this is going to be a big part of it. Unique, innovative, and because we're leaders in our educational setting, that which Snowline does, many follow behind us. Years ago, I talked about a dual language version. Really wanted to get that going. Lo and behold, our neighbors are doing it, and we're making our way there. So these are things that we can be doing. And on the bottom there, really what drove me to this whole idea was some kind of a moral imperative or a social responsibility that we as a district, there's plenty of folks that can say you're in education, stick to education. You don't need to be building any houses. But the fact of the matter is many of our staff currently have high levels of housing insecurity. And if we have any opportunity, if I have the opportunity to move an idea forward that can benefit our group, our society, our community, to have this additional opportunity that's supported. It's not like, this is way out there. We're doing it. The state's doing it. Lots of districts are doing it, and more will be coming online as this goes along. So what responsibility do we have to our society to say we have the opportunity, we have a path forward for this, that we should be doing something like this? We are a government entity. We have that opportunity to impact our community directly with programs like this. So I was moved and continue to be so with this idea that I feel we have a higher calling, a higher responsibility. Education will always be number one. But if we can do more, most of me saying, why not? Going to the next slide. It's about costs. Just doing some analysis on the high desert in Southern California over the last 10 years. Currently, Southern California regionally, this $875,000 average home price. Average home price. You're going to find a lot more above that. In San Bernardino County, it's at $540,000 average. For the high desert, we're sitting at $460,000. 10 years ago, that was $190,000. We have well more than doubled in a matter of 10 years. Currently, a household would have to bring in about $130,000 annually to afford that home, a $3,500 payment. That is asking a lot of a single income earner. That's asking a lot from a dual income home. Um, and again, this goes back to the idea that if we have local need, can we find the opportunity to do something about it? So, moving on to the next slide. Ultimately, what does this look like for a school district? Does this board meet and we talk about, education, and we talk about housing? It's not that at all. The board would run housing authority through a subcommittee essentially. That's a independent nonprofit housing board. It would be branched off from the board of trustees, a committee appointed by the board, but they would run everything. So we are considering, and you see in the graphic there on the left, the Snowline Educational Foundation, a entity that can fund, receive funds and direct those funds independently of district general funds. And so similarly, it would be a board that oversaw a housing group. So there's never direct input from the board or senior cabinet, any kind of influence like that. The housing authority would manage and regulate all that housing needs on its own with periodic reports to the school board about function and how they're doing. But there would essentially be no input or no work through the school board for housing. So the fact is that, I didn't like the idea. It's like, well, we're an education agency. How do we become a landlord? How do we do all that? We essentially wouldn't. We'd appoint a board. They would handle it. They would manage all the funds. And again, it would be a net zero effect on the board. So there are challenges. This isn't all like, oh, it's easy peasy. Let's go grab millions of dollars and start building some houses. It will be hard. It would be a long, hard road. And number one is funding. In our boot camp that we attended, it was a great information session. I went in with a pretty big burden of like, how do we do this? I left with an even greater one because to do this would be hard. I was hoping we'd come out and say, oh man, we'll give you money. There are grants. There's all this stuff. There's a lot of work that we as a board would have to do to get there. COPs as part of the funding option, revenue bonds, conventional debt, all of these would not require any kind of reaching out to the public. Some districts are going after general obligation bonds, Measure J kind of stuff. I don't feel that's appropriate. I would take a hard position that asking our community to fund housing for other people is absolutely nowhere, in my intention. This board can discuss and consider that, but in my position, that's absolutely not what it should go after. There are also public subsidies that are available, and that's when you get into the low income housing. Now with low income, there is a whole formulaic necessity to find out, what's your average area income, what is, poverty lines, and who meets it, and qualifications, and I don't think that's either, what the intent of this would be. Other ways to get money, sale of property. We own dirt. We own a lot of it, but it's dirt cheap too. So that's not going to be the source of funding. And then always commercial partnerships, the opportunity to leverage those industries out there to help along the way. I know we have some new neighbors in the high desert, but trying to do that would be a heck of a challenge. The revenue bonds was an interesting one, and I didn't quite get my head around it at our boot camp. It sounds like it is leveraging local taxes, but Bill, do you have more information about the revenue bonds themselves, like what that methodology was there?
Yeah. I mean, a revenue bond is essentially there's revenue coming in for going out for a bond, right? So a CFD would be a potential example of, you would get a revenue bond with a CFD potentially, right? So we have this tax revenue that's coming in, we can borrow X amount via a bond. So it's paying for that bond.
So specifically to CFDs, or
Well, I mean,
are
it's
there
just
other?
yeah. It's just there's got to be a revenue source that is going to be paying for you going out to get a bond, right? So like a general obligation bond, in a way, is kind of a revenue bond because there's a revenue from the taxes coming in. And this is just other sources of revenue. One potentially would be like a CFD.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that one was a little bit confusing to me in the boot camp that we went to. And then a conventional debt, taking out a loan, go to the bank, take some money and, go to town with it. So biggest challenges there. Other challenges would be, determining location, what's available. And then probably one big challenge around us would be public support. How do we get our community to buy in to say, yeah, this is something that we want to do. Certainly the board can decide, one way or the other, but to get that public support up front and good buy-in and good collaboration with everybody. It's going to be a really big, important challenge there. So moving on to the next slide, CSBA did a really good job of presenting all the steps and how it goes on. It's a very long process. It is slow. It is methodical. And one of the things that they said is that you have to consider that the board today is not the board that's going to be opening homes, that the administrative staff is not going to be the administrative staff that is in place when everything completes. So creating longevity or creating that structure so that the projects continue over the life to the intended goal is going to be really important. Which really just requires commitment to the process. That if this is something we decide to do, that that we put a lot of intention behind it, and as the little red circle there shows, we're way preliminary. The saying journey of 1,000 miles starts with the first step. I think we did baby steps a few weeks ago, inching away towards one more step on that 1,000-mile process with. Going to this boot camp, presenting the information today, but it's super early, and moving on. The next steps would include surveying, partnering with our unions to find out if that need exists, because if the answer is no, okay, we're done. There's no further need to it. I don't suspect that's the answer. But we won't know until we, ask the question. So pretty low-hanging fruit there. Quick survey, get a good sense of what's going on, and if there is this would be something considerable for our staff and our community. Well, then, okay, let's consider how do we get there. Is there funding opportunities? Is there something that we can say, yeah, we can leverage, COPs knowing this. The state passed, the no interest loans so that we can start development costs without directly impacting anything. Maybe those things come, but that's only after we determine that yes, a need exists. And then if the financial consideration is viable, then it goes on to the what, the bigger why, defining our guiding principles, expected outcomes, reasoning, purpose, and viability of these projects, and we're not even talking about a location. This is all just like the big thought process. How do we get to the decision? Just moving on to the final slide. Again, I appreciate this board willing to invest a little bit to find out more information. I would really enjoy if this board with consensus can move forward with a survey, find out from our community. Is this something that is wanted, needed. And again, if it all ends with, nope, we sure don't need it. It's not going to help with attracting talent. Our staff is well entrenched in their homes, and they like where they live, and nobody needs anything else. Okay, great. Again, I don't know if that's the reality of it. And if we could do something to help our community, to help branch out in something that is unique, innovative, and just I don't want to say forward thinking, because housing isn't that. Housing's a basic need, and I like the idea that we, as a small government entity, can help our community just a little bit more. So, just my final thought. Thank you to the board. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Flynn, for attending with me. Your financial insight, your business insight to all of it was invaluable. I know we talked in depth, both going and coming from this boot camp. I enjoyed learning more about it, and really just open up to the rest of the board. First, if there are any questions, and then maybe a discussion about surveys.
I'll ask if you guys have questions first. I definitely have a few.
Yes, I have a question. For the staff that's working at Snowline, if they have children or a spouse, are they able to live with them as one same facility, or?
Yeah, I mean, it's housing. It's
Okay.
it's intended for housing, and what that means is to be determined, to be defined.
Okay.
Do we have small 1-2 bedroom homes that are attractive for individuals that may be coming from out of state? Maybe we need we've talked about a speech and language pathologist. Maybe we look broader and say, hey, we need these opportunities, and maybe there's folks across the country that say, I would love to come to California, but there's no way I can afford it. We'll give you a pathway here. We'll give you an opportunity to live. And if that's single, we can decide that. If it's a family, if it's a large unit, I think the sky's the limit in terms of what those configurations might look like.
Okay.
But there would not be a limitation.
Thank you. And one more question. Will this be renting or buying the unit?
So that was my big question going into all of that, because it felt like, how can a school district sell property, and ultimately cannot? So it would be on a rental or a lease basis. If we had folks that were new hires, we can say it's a 2-year guaranteed lease. For as long as you're in that probationary period, you have a guaranteed housing, and after that, it would be a year-to-year kind of an idea. But again, it could be defined. We can say, it's new housing, but you have it for 5 years, and then after that, it's we need to open it up for somebody else. So really, that's for us to define.
Thank you.
Well, with that comment that you said, that will be for 5 years. If we have someone that wants to come, the example, the speech pathologists that we need, what about that person decides to move completely without the family, but is looking for a 10-year term? Would that be an exemption, or it's just like, okay, you have your 5 now, you have to move out? So where would that person go?
Right. No, and throwing out that 5 year was just an example. Again, we can define it. We can say it's only 2 years, or it's 5 years, or it's unlimited. Ultimately what the goal, I feel, would be is that we provide secure, safe, affordable homes so that they could save and ultimately purchase on their own, and elevate themselves and their families to bigger and better things.
So it will be according to their salary.
It would be once again, it could be defined. If we went low income, it could be adjustable rents based on income, those calculations, or we could define that it is a fixed value, whatever that is, for a net zero operating cost, money in, money out, a little bit of funds for repairs, all those kind of things. Ultimately, what from the direction of the board, what the housing authority would ultimately set for those rents. But again, it's for us to define.
Thanks for going and taking the time. I know this was a big undertaking, a lot of information. I'm sure it was like taking information that should be in a bucket through a fire hose. Anyways, bottom line is there's a lot of information I could see. I have a lot of questions. I think that the information is great. I think that it sounds amazing, but I also think that it seems like a lot of work for something that doesn't necessarily mean that we don't have an issue and we couldn't venture to find an issue. But I don't know that I've ever heard anyone say, I can't move to Snowline because of the housing. That doesn't mean there hasn't been some concerns in the past. In fact, I'm going to turn my first question, and this is kind of to Mr. Primo. During the recruiting process, has anybody ever that specific that you can think of said, man, I would love to go to Snowline, but the housing is just not going to work for me because it's too expensive in that area?
Yeah, good question. I want to make sure that I'm clear. You know, we often don't have direct conversations about that. They will ask us about housing, etc. I would say most recently at recruiting fairs, we've actually been more advantageous in the high desert because our folks are coming from down off the hill. In many cases, Orange County, for example, will look at our housing and consider it substantially cheaper than where they are. But again, not a common question. They will ask us, for example, apartments, etc., and we usually steer them towards the Victor-Villa area. Also, our local periodicals in case they would like to look for available housing or online resources.
Thank you. Man, I think of a brochure right now. One of the things that's coming to my mind is these people that are getting recruited from Michigan and Minnesota and all these places, and they get this brochure of come to California and there's a beach and there's a mountain and all this stuff. I mean, I think it really is attractive. I love the idea of finding a way, and I'm interested in maybe exploring a little more. Maybe it is a survey. I have another question that you kind of brought up when you said there's no cost to the district, but zero interest loans. Those loans are ones we're going to have to go find of some sort. And how are they guaranteed they're going to be interest free?
It's state
A mandate?
Yeah, no, going back to that slide, I think it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or 6 down, AB 1381, California established no interest loans for LEAs for pre-development work. So it's going to be state ran. Basically, you'll go to, I doubt it's, California Board of Education, but it's going to be, or Department of Education rather, but through some agency of the state would be available for no interest. And as I understand, that's already making its way quickly through the legislative process.
Awesome. Thank you. And, I clearly could see a need for some multi-housing out here closer to our area. I'm totally okay if we decide to move forward and getting some more, maybe do some surveys or something. I am a little concerned with all of the other things and the focus of what we're doing right now. I would hate to take on more because we're making headway in so many different areas. We just got a bond. We're doing construction. We're doing all this stuff. And that's probably my biggest concern is I feel like it just might be too much for us to even think about in more detail. That's my first thought.
Super valid. I mean, biting off more than we can chew right now. Yeah. We've got projects all over the district that we're trying to get to. Super appreciate that. Part of this was that the process is crazy slow.
Sure.
Like this first phase is like 6 months by itself. That's phase 1. Phase 2 is then, looking at, where's that one? Initial assessments and commitment to it. So that's 6 months to a year. So now we're already talking not summer 27, but summer 28 that we've decided, yeah, we're going to move forward with this. It all starts with these steps. The survey would be that first one. That's what CSBA recommends. And I look out to our union partners out here. I have connected with each of them and, put out that feeler. Is that something you guys would be willing to assist us with? And, resoundingly, and of course, because they're amazing partners. But yeah, they would love to take you to their membership and into that group and find out if that need exists. Because again, if it does not exist with our current staff, we certainly don't need to move forward with it.
Yeah. And I think we've had projects as simple, and I hate to use the word simple because they're not simple, but as simple as a field upgrade that has taken us down rabbit holes of 2 hours on a discussion. And now we're going to shift that from an $8 million project to potentially $1 billion project. And man, I could only imagine the amount of time and effort that goes into that. So that's what I've got to say. I know this was an information item. I guess I don't know where we go from here. Maybe it is a great avenue to just start with the associations. But Ryan, maybe you have some more.
Yeah, sure do. Really, thank you again. Member Hernandez and Bill Flynn too, who went to that conference. Appreciate that for sure. So when we talk about an information item, certainly the board can give direction relative to next steps in terms of, I think what we hear mostly is this notion of surveying, right? Is getting feedback, maybe is a better way of saying that. And so that can always occur, right, at any point in time, and certainly could happen right here. I know when we talk about a survey, maybe just a quick question: is there a survey that comes from CSBA? I just know my experience writing surveys is not always easy, right? Having done those a few times, to say the least. And so if there is any sort of conversation about that, Member Hernandez, relative to CSBA and a standard survey that they've used?
Right. I don't think there was. They had some questions, I think, in the slide deck that they shared with us. But ultimately comes down to need assessment. And I think we can certainly reach out to CSBA. They've offered us the opportunity to communicate on this topic for the next 6 months. If we have questions, reach out. So certainly that opportunity exists to find out more about how that can be directed.
And thanks for saying that. And too, knowing you, I bet you did some homework on AEC there, right? That's the annual education conference for CSBA. Opportunities there to gather more information before any moves. Is that a recommendation or not? I just think about your work that you do in advance.
Yeah, no, I don't think that's necessarily one right now. It is a topic that I've seen the last 2 AECs that we've gone to, and I'm always intrigued by those presentations. That's where I first heard about the no interest loans that are coming about, and CSBA also presenting this one. So I think there are going to be opportunities this trip for that, but I haven't seen the full schedule, so I know that I'm usually triple booked on all those sessions. So we'll see how that pans out.
Yeah, thanks. And then the final piece, I know kind of a long-winded as usual, right answer to your question. We don't have 2 board members here too, so it really, right, 3 can say yes and we can move forward. But I don't know if that begets maybe some thoughts about the next meeting too, and that's why I mixed in AEC and all those things as well. But in short, you can make direction, you can give direction, I should say, by virtue of making that conversation happen if there's consensus to move forward in any way, shape, form. And I think the recommendation, is that fair to say? Member Hernandez, is to gather more information. Is that right?
Yeah, it is just simple fact finding. There's, these are no cost endeavors. The district needs to try to figure out if this is something they want to do, figure out, if that need exists. And that partnership, leveraging that through, an email campaign, maybe even Google Forms, whatever it may be, doing something pretty simple would be a great way to pursue that. And I thought about that, considering that we're going to be short of 2 members on this meeting. I thought about just saying, you know what, let's do this next time. But I was excited to get that information out there, and I would absolutely share it again next month, or, we could email it directly to them, and we can stand by on any direction, though it only takes 3 to give that direction. So whether we decide to do it now or delay it to next month.
I'm okay at least saying if I mean, you already spoke to the two associations. Maybe we just ask them to do, maybe if it's an informal, just a straw poll, just something simple to say, is there something out there that do we find a need? And if we get two people out of the whole thing that says, yeah, then we got a pretty solid answer that it's a lot of effort to go for with very little need. So I would say that's where we should start. Then we don't have to wait longer and then just take more time the next meeting to explain. I mean, again, the other board members definitely can have access to this and look through it. If they have questions, they can ask any of us. Specifically you've got some great info and insight on that. So that's how I would look at it. You guys are good with moving forward on that?
That would be my request of the board to give that direction for a survey to start.
That's fine.
Okay. Do we need to vote on that?
Well, no,
I didn't think so.
Yeah, thanks for saying that. I just want to, forgive me for being a little bit maybe too detailed, because I know we heard the word straw poll versus survey, right? And I think there's a survey there. And because I just differentiate between those two, straw poll might just be, hey, raise your hand if you're interested, versus us constructing a survey and one that would be as valid as it can possibly be. So I just want to make sure I heard, straw poll to start, survey there. So clarification.
Yes.
I like the simple.
Clarification. What do you want?
I want simple, just a straight up, hey, do you see a need for us to have, some district housing that assist with recruiting?
So no survey necessary.
I don't think so.
Before a more complex survey.
Before a more complex. Let's
I
just
like that.
reach out with a simple, simple ask
So such
with the
as
associations.
an information for the next time, or
Oh,
Yeah.
sure. Then we can bring
Yeah.
it back.
Hopefully we have it back we could ask
Yeah,
them,
I think I
have
know.
it back by
I
then.
was going to say, my wonderful colleague over here, Sean Primo, I know between the two of us, we could probably make that happen. We've got 4 weeks, right? So with the good help of our presidents and their team, more the straw poll, right?
Yep.
The preliminary bit of feedback.
I would. I don't want to
Yeah,
spend
no,
too much
sounds
effort in seeing
Sure.
something and it's a waste of time and energy.
Yeah, I appreciate the kind of the reference to bandwidth, right? For all of us that you were talking about earlier, right? The capacity
Yeah,
for
yes,
for us not get
1,200 folks.
overwhelmed.
1,200 folks, what they think, 2 people respond. Yeah, very loud and clear.
Yeah.
well, we have a priority work chart right now. What we have to do with the bond, so that's
Sure.
most important. And then we can
Absolutely.
move forward to the next.
Yeah.
So I just
Simple as good.
information is fine with me.
Yeah, so I feel like I've got clarity. Just make sure, and just to repeat, the notion of a straw poll. I'm just, again, we don't have to call it that, but differentiating between a comprehensive survey, a straw poll around one question, yes or no. Is there really cause for us to move forward with further feedback? Right.
Sure.
Yep.
More detailed than that, of course. But,
Yep.
Okay.
I
I
like
think we
it.
can work with our wonderful colleagues who are not only in the audience but not here, but also with Sean and certainly with Bill's help as well, given he was part of that conference. And then bring that information back to you just to finish at the next meeting. Right?
I appreciate it. Yeah.
Yeah, on the
Sounds
15th.
good.
Yeah, Monday.
Yeah.
Thank you. Excellent.
Thank you. All right, we'll move to the next agenda item, which is K1, reporting from California School Employee Association, Chapter 278. Ashley. Looks like Ashley's coming up.
Good evening, Clerk Lefevre, our trustees, Dr. Holman, and senior cabinet. Yes, I'm Ashley Alvarado, president of our chapter. Thank you for having us at a meeting every month for both myself and Matt from the Teacher Association to report out to you, to share, highs, lows, in betweens, successes. I'm thankful. On behalf of our chapter, I want to express my appreciation for your continued open communication between my chapter leadership, our members, and the district administration. The partnership is essential, and we're grateful for the responsiveness and the collaboration that we've experienced, and I know that we'll continue to experience. Thank you. We're looking forward to the next steps in our classification and compensation review. Our members are encouraged to hear that this is a comprehensive review, and we appreciate the district's commitment to ensuring our job descriptions and compensation accurately reflect what classified employees do every day to support our students. We're also encouraged by professional development planning that's underway for coming new year in January, I think. Investing in our staff development is an investment in the student success of our schools. Really, I'm excited. I have some insider information, you know. Along those lines, CSEA has opened registration for their annual Paraeducator Conference, which is held at Ontario Convention Center on March 10th, 11th, 12th, and 13th. Any CSEA member is able to attend. The registration is not free, but it is my hope that site administrators will consider identifying maybe 1 or 2 classified employees who are members, obviously, from their campuses and invite them, encourage them, sign them up, ask me to sign them up to attend the conference and share the valuable learning that happens at that Paraeducator Conference every year. I have provided Dr. Holman and or Rachel, it was on one of their desks, the schedule, what they have identified as classes, like areas of classes for the coming, or, you know, in March, but also a list of what the classes were last year, just so you can see like what they provided and what's available. It's a mix of actual professional development, and then also personal development, right? Like things about being an employee, you know, email etiquette, or hey, you're a CalPERS member, because here's some things to know. So thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate you guys allowing me to share out, and see you again.
Thank you. And we'll let Matt come up.
Thanks. Thanks, Robert, for putting the slides up too. Yeah, we just have a lot of good things. Again, I'm Matthew Waddell. I'm the Snowline Teachers Association president, and our mission statement is to invest in students by providing quality education, ensuring safe schools, and nurturing positive relationships with parents and the community. And the last month, we've just had a bunch of cool stuff happening. We supported Frightwood, a lot of our member initiatives. Veterans Dinner that you just talked about with Mr. Anton. We've done that for a couple of years, and super proud of what he does too, of course. We donated the 96 coats to the Winter Coat Drive. I think I talked about that last time, maybe. And then we had a Socktober thing. This was Windsor Belcher, our member, who wanted to raise raise a bunch of do a sock drive to give to a women's shelter. And so we raised across the district 2,626 pairs of socks, I think, is what he said the final count was. And so that was really exciting. We like a little competition. Our organizing team made it a competition for a pizza party. So there's going to be pizza parties coming to Heritage and Wrightwood for raising the most socks per member at those sites. So that was pretty exciting to do. And then this year, we're really trying to promote a lot of belonging and connection. So the next slide just has like a mixer event that we had right after the last time I presented. I think it was maybe the same week. And then we have a holiday party coming up on December 11th, which is usually really well attended. We do it at the Pizza Factory and support the local business too at their new location. So we're excited for that. So we've been doing a lot of cool stuff. So that's really all I got to share tonight. I think it's just a lot of fun, like team building types of things. So.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks for having us. Like I said, thank you for having us.
Thanks for coming out and sharing that information. We'll move to our next item, L, which is the consent motion. Can I get
I'll make the motion.
Make the motion for approval for consent items L1 through 9. In a second.
I will second.
All right, preferential vote?
Aye.
All in favor? Any opposed? All right. We'll move on to M1, Student Learning and Support Services. Information item as first, and I believe that's going to be Dr. Byrne.
Yes, our first item is an information item on our school plans for student achievement. This is our annual updates. So these are for you to preview. We'll bring them back next month so that the recommendation will be to approve next month. If you have any questions regarding any of our school plans, feel free to let me know or feel free to reach out to any of our principals.
All right. Any questions as of right now to ask? Ruth?
Not us right now. I know
Okay.
I spoke with her before regarding counseling and stuff like that. That's information right now. So I will ask.
Forthcoming.
Yes, I will ask after. So yes, thank you.
Great. All right. If there's no other questions for that, we'll move to item M2, information and approval, if possible, for new courses at Serrano High School. And that also is going to be given to us by Dr. Byrne, right?
Yes, it is. Our first course approval for you to preview and ask questions regarding this item is on our Ag Construction Technology and Utilities course. We also have Jen Connor here. She's available to answer any questions. She's ready to hop on up to the microphone.
Sure. Come on up.
Okay.
Do you want to give us any information? Anything to highlight out of this particular thing in your mind?
Yes, we're very excited about this course. It is going to be a capstone CTE course for our agriculture mechanics pathway. So right now we have a 3-year sequence for agriculture mechanics. It is intro to ag mechanics. Then we move into ag welding. So what we would like to do is to run 2 pathways. So we're going to have a concentrator for ag welding 1 and 2. Then we're going to do ag construction and utilities, which is this one, and this is going to be our capstone. So it's going to basically, we're going to create a new pathway for this pathway. I don't know, that was terrible. It's 8:00, you guys, 8:23. We're super excited about that because this is the only pathway we have at Serrano that's like this. And so the goal is to prepare kids for our utilities, whether it be water companies, Hesperia Public Works, the mines, your own business. And so that is the goal of this class, is to prep our students for that. And so we don't currently offer anything like this at Serrano High School. So we're excited about this class. It is right now not articulated, but the following year we will be articulating with VBC residential remodeling. And our one is currently articulated.
So you're saying that so you currently have Intro to Ag Mechanics as your year 1 program, and then welding is your current pathway, but this would branch.
Yeah.
So if somebody wasn't interested in welding, it's like, oh, well, I wanted to do that, but I don't care about welding. This is that pathway for them now?
It is, yeah. So we're moving to this, so we're getting new standards for all of CTE classes and then the new ag standards. So right now, they're reading everything under ag mechanics, and what we're going to see in the future is we're going to start breaking them out into more specialty pathways. So the 3 that you can break them out to are welding, construction, and the last one is small engines. And so right now we have welding, and then we saw the need. I surveyed Serrano High School. The need came back quite extensively. It was our second pathway for need that students want to take, and it's this pathway. And that will give us more completers, help the dashboard, articulation, all the things, all the good stuff.
Yeah. You mentioned in that description business. What about this pathway would be associated? The question comes from, I've always thought that we should have a business and entrepreneurial pathway, something that the way society is moving, it's less of a college necessity for these business opportunities and entrepreneurial opportunities. I'm not going to say everybody's going to go be a TikToker for their career, but that exists in some level. That did not, even 5 years ago. Does this, or does that a different pathway fit those kind of business models better?
Yeah, that's actually beautiful. Thank you for bringing that up. So with the new CTE standards, we already have 3 that are in the books. One of those is an entrepreneurship pathway. So we have a couple choices there. We can either go that, or what they're calling them is cross-cutting pathways, which is basically taking entrepreneurship. And you're going to see that we're going to move that across all of our CTE pathways. We're also going to move digital technology and media as cross-cutting across our CTE pathways. So therefore, if you are in welding or construction or any other pathway and you want to go into a small business, then that will be something that we will address within the CTE pathways. Does that make sense? So I think that's where we're headed for it versus a standalone right now entrepreneurship.
Yeah, because
But I see the need.
I see your construction pathway that has like the framing, plumbing, electrical. Somebody's in there saying, "Man, plumbing is cool, but how do I do this?"
Right.
This is how you get yourself a little shop going. Get yourself, it's very cool. Thank you.
And then we have the Golden State Pathway Grant, which also addresses this. So we have $125,000 back to rebuild out our farm. We're putting solar up there, hydroponics, some other ideas. So the kids will have hands-on opportunities to repair and maintain our farm. They are actually, I'm not bidding out to repair our greenhouse. Our kids are going to start doing all the repair for that. And then secondary, as you guys know, we have some older sheds up there that are all going to be built with our students with this class. And then we'll also be doing a shed build, which is a competition by the Carpenters Union down in Southern California where they offer scholarships. And that will also be through this class.
I always thought that we should, like with a construction pathway, like one of the projects is build a small shelf,
Yeah.
like on a movable platform, and then auction it off to the community.
Oh, that's great. Yeah.
That'd be fun.
Yeah. Yeah. Very cool.
So I have a couple questions. You mentioned some specific utility companies. Is there a pathway and a partnership at all that they'll be able to go straight into some of these companies, utilities? You specifically used Hesperia as an example. I think it was just that as an example. But is there partnerships that are going to come out of this to where we actually have placement to put them right to work outside of graduating?
Yeah, that's another great question. I really appreciate that. So where Hesperia came up with is we work as obviously in our consortium, MDCP, Mountain Desert Career Pathways. And so the last 2 years we have partnered with Hesperia Public Works. So we have sent 5 kids out, and what we did is we experimented a little bit within all of the different facets of Hesperia Public Works. We did an architecture firm. We did the Silverwood project. So that's what spurred this idea of continuing the partnership, because Hesperia, because they already have this in place, has those job industry connections in place, and then we don't have that. So the goal would be to work again with MDCP, then work with already our cool 2 companies here. I'd like to work with Sheet Creek and then our other water company that we have in-house. I'd also like to work with our maintenance department in-house, so we can start placing these kids and getting them real life experience. So that's the good work that still has to happen once this class gets put in place. Then I can work on the backside to create those. The other thing too is I would like to the Carpenters Union through Jeffrey Scott. We have a connection there that once we put this, I can open up that door. And then lastly would be pre-apprenticeships. And so I would like to open up that door for our students as well.
Great, thank you. Any other questions?
No, that's excellent.
I know.
It's amazing. It's like pathways. The kids need that.
Well, I'd like to entertain the idea of approval and moving forward on it. All right.
Second.
Awesome. Preferential vote?
Aye.
Aye. Any, all the board members? All in favor? Aye. Thank you. And next one, sorry, it looks like it's another information and approval item. New course at Serrano again. And we'll give the time over to Dr. Byrne.
Yes, and I'm just going to have Jen stay right back up there because she's just so much more attention.
She's in that.
Oh, good.
Yeah, so this is another need to fill a need. Lisa Hansen and I have had these conversations. This is going to be sports med and therapeutic services. So we've really spent some time actually with Oak Hills High School looking at their program over there. And we have a need for not only within our healthcare pathway, but the good work that has to happen after school within our athletics programs. And so the reason it came to us as a CTE class is right now the way our design is at Serrano, we only have one senior healthcare class at Serrano. It's medical assisting for 20 students. So we need to bridge that out. Right now we have about 257 students within our medical pathway. We don't have an opportunity for them to take a senior class. So this is going to help fill that need. With that being said, we talked about it. We need a certified athletic trainer to help us with our good work after school. within the sporting communities. It's going to fill that need. And then also it's going to look, it's a different aspect within the therapeutical services as far as mental health, looking at our body and how we respond within our healthcare communities, which is the number one labor market in the high desert and inland empire is our healthcare. And so we're going to go ahead and address that with a third pathway within that pathway subset.
Awesome. Any questions?
I'll make the motion.
Okay.
All right. And before we do that, Dr. Holman wanted to
Yeah,
say
thanks
just a
so
few
very
things.
much. First of all, I want to thank the board for when we talk about this item, right, with information or action. Thanks for taking action, right? It really helps Serrano High School. I mean, they have to put together what they call CRCs and get all this information out to kids and so forth. So thanks for doing this on this first trip. And thanks for Resma too for facilitating that. We greatly appreciate it. But also want to just take the time out, 10 years in the role, and I've had 10 years as a role. MDCP, we throw that around. That's the Mountain Desert Career Pathways Joint Powers Authority. In my role there, I've been firsthand seeing just great work happening across all 9 districts as we work together. I just have to say this, Lisa, you know this, so there's just outstanding coordinators in the school district. We've got the best one, clearly, right, in Jen Connor. I mean, she just does outstanding work. And so too does the principal there and Matt Bedell, and your support of the, career efforts here like this. Being involved like I am in there, and it's a real privilege. It is a real needle to thread here because Lisa's masterful in many ways, but putting together the master schedule, it is incredibly hard when you put forth so many pathways like we have. We're adding some now. I mean, that's incredible that we can thread the needle that is getting all the kids what they want, these great opportunities, while still making everything happen in a master schedule. Lisa is masterful in that. I'm grateful for that. I just don't want that to go unnoticed, like the greatness of our coordinator, and certainly Matt Bedell, who supports this on that front, and the presidential role there, right, of not CTA but SDA. That's incredibly important partnership in service of what you just approved. So I'm sorry to go on and on about that, but I just see it firsthand. It is not that easy to make all of this work that they talked about. They talk about it beautifully, but behind the scenes takes so very much, right, Resma? And we're just grateful. And I'll tell you, being, I forget my title. I think it's the chairperson, right, of NDCP. It is great to sit up there and go, oh yeah, but this is what we do, right? It is really cool. I love all our partners, all the other 8, but I like us best. So thanks.
Awesome. Thank you. Well, with a motion for approval by Member Martinez and a second by Member Hernandez, we'll move to a preferential vote.
I want to have my last comment.
Okay.
With all this that you guys are bringing out to the CTA, all this that you bringing to our students, I applaud you from doing that. I mean, I know it takes a lot, but I have seen it at other schools, and I see the opportunities that all these children have. The joy that they have when they tell me, "Hey, I'm doing this, miss." It's so cool. In case I don't make it or my parents don't make it to a university, I have this back of me. It's like a extra for me. They, oh, that's good. So what are you doing? One of them is doing this, and it's a girl, right? And I told, oh, my daughter is at a university and she's doing sports medicine. She's like, oh, that is so cool. Where is she going? She's in Hawaii. Oh, why did she go so far? Because she had the opportunity, because she didn't have this at Serrano. So she wanted to do something because she got injured in Serrano and she wanted that therapy for her knees. So she wants to give back. Eventually, someday she could give back to Serrano. Never thought that this opportunity would come to be. So to hear this, I'm going to let her know tonight that happened, So to hear that this is coming for other students, and I know it's a lot. I know you guys have to build a whole team. I know it takes a lot. So I thank you for doing that for all the other kids coming in. So thank you. So that's just my last comment.
Great. Thank you. Preferential vote?
Aye.
And members? All right. Aye. And we'll move to the next item, M4, approval for memorandum of understanding. And I'll turn the time over to Dr. Byrne.
Yes, thank you. Our next item is an MOU with our San Bernardino County of Education to continue our work and our partnership with our county on quality state preschool programs. This is a standard partnership that helps us with our early childhood education.
Awesome. Can I get a motion for approval?
I'll make the motion.
She's missed motion tonight.
All right.
I'll be Mr. Second.
Okay, perfect. And preferential vote?
Aye.
All right. And all in favor? Any opposed? All right. Next item is M5, approval for contract between the Solution Tree and Joint Unified School District. Dr. Byrne.
Very excited about this. I mentioned the conference that I attended with our steering committee, our PLC steering committee at the beginning of September, I believe it was. We attended the leading PLCs at work district-wide from boardroom to classroom. One of the key authors from the conference that wrote this book is Janelle Keating, and we found this conference to be so powerful that we wanted to have all of our PLC leads attend the conference. And instead of doing that, we're bringing Janelle Keating to us with your approval tonight. So this will be a 2-day workshop that all of our administrators will be able to attend with their guiding coalition. So that's all their entire leadership team. Super exciting.
Great. Thank you for bringing that here. Can I get a motion for approval?
I'll make the motion.
I'll make the second.
All right. Preferential vote.
Aye.
All right. All in favor? All right. Sorry. Did you have something else? All right. I should have asked. I guess I didn't ask if anyone had questions. We'll move to our next item on the agenda, which is N1, approval agreement between, I'm going to mess that up, Comply and Snowline. And our Mr. Flynn, Dr. Flynn, Mr. Flynn.
I don't have that doctorate, so. Yeah.
Sorry, Mr. Flynn, I'll do that
That's
then
all
for you.
So actually, the next two are kind of similar, N1 and N2. They're both for our modernization projects. One of those requirements, stormwater pollution prevention plan services that we need. And so these are contractors that provide those services for these projects. You know, we got some bids. We got 3 bids. You know, we're combining Chaparral and Baldy Mesa together in one, and Serrano modernization in the other. And so we just, you know, we took the lowest bid on each project. So there's 2 different companies, even though they both bid on both projects. We took the lower one. They're all very reputable companies. And so that's what N1 is for Serrano High School, and then N2 is the contract for the same services, different company for Chaparral Baldy Mesa.
Great. Any questions? No? Can I get a motion for approval?
I'll move approval.
Can I get a
I'll
second?
second.
She's like,
Preferential vote?
Aye.
Aye. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, we're good. We'll move to item N2. And I know Mr. Flynn kind of already explained this. Is there any questions? No?
move approval.
All right. You get a second?
Second.
All right. And preferential vote?
Aye.
All in favor? Right, none opposed. We'll move to N3, approval. And I believe this is also Mr. Flynn. Do you want to give us some information about this next item?
Yeah. As you guys know, we have the annual Senior Citizens Holiday Dinner and Show, right? And so, you know, we do some things there, provide some food for some of the senior citizens. And so anytime we have a scenario like that, you know, the county kind of says, hey, is this educational in nature? And so what this agenda item is doing is just formally saying, yes, while this is not, you know, I think I have that line there in the abstract, the event is not instructional in the traditional sense, right? It's not our 9 to 5 school day. It aligns with the district's mission to foster civic responsibility, community connection, and student leadership. So it's just affirming for our purchases that, yes, hey, this is educational in nature for our students.
All right, great. Any questions? No? All right. Can we get a motion for approval?
Move approval.
Second.
All right, preferential vote?
Aye.
All right, all in favor? Any opposed? Doesn't look like it. All right. Next item on the agenda is 01. Looks like that's going to be for public hearing personnel negotiations and Mr. Primo.
Excellent. Thank you very much. What's presented before you is the second of the 2 meeting requirement for sunshine. relative to negotiations. CSEA has presented this at our previous meeting. This is the public hearing to gather any comments. As noted in the item, this information's been available since the previous meeting on October 21st. This is the opportunity for us to have
I open that floor. I'll open it up for any public comments at 8:41. Doesn't appear to have any. I'm gonna wait for a minute. All right. Looks like we haven't gotten any comments. Oh, it turned. That's why I was. We'll wait. Okay. I was watching it for that, but good eye. I like being a rule follower. Don't worry.
We wonder why.
What's that? Yeah, I wonder why.
It looks great to actually come up and say something.
I was if Jen was here, I think she would have danced.
She was
Oh.
About 10 seconds left.
Hi, I'm Ashley Alvarado, classified bargaining unit member. I would like you to accept this proposal, and I think it's really good. It opens 2 articles, and please negotiate with our bargaining unit, just like you do, and fair and kind. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much. We'll move to our next item.
Close it.
Oh, I have to close it at 8:43. All right, thank you. Sorry. We'll move to our next item, O2, which is approval of resolution number 26-1765, and I believe that is also Mr. Primo.
It is. What's presented before you is the first meeting opportunity to bring about a contract with CalPERS for our local safety members. What as presented and with the attachments, this has actually been a process where we've engaged with our police team, police department personnel, probably better part of 6 months. This process was originated with the idea of could we look at a different retirement formula for our local safety members, which again our police department falls in. So what's presented here is our resolution of intention. So there's a multi-step process. We resolve as a board to enter in the intent to enter into the contract. Then through the process of this meeting followed by the next, there would be then a actual ballot vote by the members of that designated group. And then at the next meeting, there would be a resolution to enter the contract. So the sequence of it, this is the entry part, and the subsequent materials that are attached include some verifications of the board's actions as well as compliance, as well as some additional information. So with that, then.
I don't have any questions. Is there any questions?
No.
No? Motion for approval?
Make the motion?
Make the second.
All right, with preferential vote?
Aye.
And all in favor? All right, doesn't look like any opposed. We'll move on to our next item, O3, approval of the agreement between ProCare Therapy and Joint Unified School District. Mr. Primo, you want to provide more info?
Absolutely. Well, as presented, this is a client service agreement with ProCare Therapy. In this particular case, like many of our staffing agencies, this would be a group that we would work to support. In this case, our speech language pathology assistant position. Again, it'll be in the time frame that's outlined. And again, what's presented here would be an opportunity. As we move forward, we will always look to fill positions. This does offer us an opportunity to hire through the staffing agency as well.
Great. Any questions?
Move approval.
Second.
All right, preferential vote?
Aye.
And all in favor? All right, looks like we have no one opposed. We'll move to item P1, Dr. Holman.
Yeah, thank you very much, Clerk Lefevre. Before the board, it's something very familiar with, right? It's an information item. I'll share that with you, right? We'll come back on Monday, December 15th, emphasize Monday, right? We can talk about that a little bit later, why that's a Monday. But all that is to say, more board policies, administrative regulations, board bylaws, with huge thanks to Rachel Wazoo, continues to meet the moment. And there are a lot of moments with this, it seems like, time and time again, with all legislation being passed. It is for your review. I will attract attention to that very last one, that board bylaw 9005, right? 9005 was referenced earlier in the comments there. So turn it back over to you.
Thank you. Any questions? All right, we'll move to the next item, P2, Dr. Holman.
Yeah, thanks. Another information item. It's a regular one each month, and we'll turn this over to Bill Flynn in just a moment. But again, I just appreciate what you'll hear from him, and I think is our overriding goal, right? Being core value number 5. There's a belief statement under there, and summarize that around that idea of being great stewards, right? The best of stewards of our monies here. And I think Bill's done a great job with that. He's our leader in that. So turn this over to you, Bill, for the focus that you have upcoming on this fiscal responsibility plan.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so Bub, if you want to go on to the next slide, that's our core value, obviously there. And then just again, there's our plan, and I have in green just the few that I was going to focus on for tonight. Just give a bit of an update. Obviously, next month is going to be our first interim, so that'll be a big piece of things. But we'll just kind of start, focusing in on different ones each month on here. And so we're looking at, kind of just want to talk a little bit about the evaluation of our fiscal systems, give you a little insight into some of the things we're working on, and then talk about enrollment, ADA, and our undue percentage. So, Bub, you go on to the next slide. I just hit that first one, right? I have to say big props to Dr. Bernie, her department on our getting all of our unduplicated information. We actually saw a little bit of an uptick in our percentage, right? We had last year gotten 77.6 was our unduplicated percentage, and this year with the data we have so far, we're looking at 78.6. So we went up a tick, right? And I think a big piece, a portion of that is how many we got, right? You guys got a significantly higher percentage, right? Yeah, which is
significantly higher percentage of response rate.
Response rate, response rate hitting at 99%, right? And so because anybody who doesn't respond is automatically doesn't qualify, right? And so even if that last 100 people who respond, only 40% qualify, it's not that your percentage doesn't go down, it goes up, right? Because otherwise those 40 would be right. So that participation rate in getting those forms in is very important to our unduplicated percentage. So that's good for budgeting wise, because we had budgeted on the 77.6. So we'll get to that up first.
Can we plan an ice cream social if we get to 100%? District wide.
I mean, I think if we estimate out, we met the 100%. I have to just shout out Dave from our department. He was on a mission this year, awesome. And he did not stop his relentless. That's wonderful subs. Ashley and our wonderful team out there helped, and it was just a great team effort. So ice cream would be much appreciated, I think. Take care of that.
Yeah. So that's a good thing, right? If we go on the next slide, Bub, we'll actually even then to the next one, we'll talk, just enrollment attendance and just giving kind of a, regular glimpse at where we sit with enrollment as we hit each month. We see this kind of a dip, but sometimes it's just a matter of when we're grabbing that data, right? So it may not be that we have a dip so much as maybe last year we had some stuff that wasn't processed, because last year was the November date, and we were just after everything that was happening with the fires, and so maybe there was some unprocessed stuff So that 8094 is not an accurate, right? It could be something like that. Because if you look at 2324 in the red and compare that with 2526 in the green, it's a similar pattern. So going down from October to November is actually kind of a bit more of what we've experienced in the past, right? So, look as we continue out and look at the rest of the year, we'll see those ups and downs. But that's just where we sit at the moment, right? And so if you go on to the next slide, Bub, looking at ADA, one real quick thing I want to point out is, a bit of my dyslexic typing there, and it's not really too relevant. It's 2324, but month 2 should be 7427, not 7247. So we didn't go down 100 and then up 200. Yeah, I just mixed those up, but I just noticed it when I was looking earlier. But looking at current year, right, 2526 all the way over to the right, seeing our, that percentage, we talked about that before, our ADA percentage year to date through month 3. We didn't, keep going down. If you look at the other years, we kept going down a little bit quicker as we move through. So we've slowed that. So I look at that as a positive thing. And then if you compare 24-25, the year to date in month 3 with the year to date in month 3 for 25-26, again, I don't think it's a good comparison because that included the fires. So there was a really small amount where we're getting, all those days aren't counting in that number. So month 3 was a bit of an anomaly from last year. So it's not enough for me to say, hey, we're not going to meet our ADA target in the current year. I don't know if we'll have enough information to make any sort of changes to what our ADA projection is for the current year in first interim. So we will probably just be leaving it at what we had in budget. But it is something to continue looking at as we move through. Looking at second interim, that might be where we we'll definitely have a lot more information about whether or not we're going to hit that ADA number. All in all, to me, it's a good thing. I mean, the one thing we always have, right, in for schools is that we can't go below last year's number, right? So, we always get the higher of that for our funding. So I think we're in a pretty good spot. But again, it's looking at first interim, we're not going to change our projection. We will do a bit of we'll change the projection in terms of the unduplicated. But that's not a huge effect on current year. I think when I calculated it out, it's about $250,000 with that 1% increase in the unduplicated percentage. Because again, that's a 3-year average. So we don't just suddenly go from 77 to 78%. It changes that 3-year average. So any questions or anything on any of those 3 data points? If you go on to the next slide, nothing really there, just to talk about fiscal systems. We've really been digging in with a lot of our systems in, as you all know, we moved our purchasing department. We moved that over into fiscal services, and we're already getting, there's growing pains, obviously, but we're already seeing some more efficiencies in our purchasing process. We're finding things where, there were redundancies that we had between fiscal office and the purchasing department. We're eliminating those redundancies to reduce our times. And so we're also then diving into payroll department and looking at our processes that we have there in terms of time cards and verifying that sort of information. So it's a lot of growing pains that we're experiencing, but we're finding a lot of things that are inefficiencies that are going to give us time back to focus better on providing that service that we need to provide. So I just kind of wanted to throw it out there because I want to say a thank you to the departments that I'm bringing change to them, and change makes everybody uncomfortable. And so there is a lot of communication that's going in with them and working with them on those changes. And so I just want to throw out a thank you to the Fiscal Services Department and the purchasing team for what they're making happen and moving forward. So beyond that, any questions on anything?
If there's no questions, thank you so much.
All right.
All right. We appreciate you. We'll move to our next item, P3. Dr. Holm.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks once again, Clerk Lefevre. It's the last item all the time. And just as that reminder, it's an update on the LCAP goals and board goals and progress made directly in those two areas. I'm going to turn this over to Resma in just a moment here to talk about some things that we've alluded to, right, that are on the dashboard. The dashboard has come out, and so we're going to have a conversation, just a real kind of 50,000 foot look down on the dashboard. Still plenty of time for us to dig into this. It just recently came out, but Resma's got a great little start here to share with us where we're starting with relative to the report that just came out.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, so our dashboard was just released on November 13th. So this data is very new and it's very current. So this is our 2025 dashboard, and you have just a snippet of what our dashboard looks like up on the screen there for you to see. The dashboard is very interactive, and if you have some time, when you have some time, I encourage all of you to just go on there. You could toggle from year to year, and you could also toggle from Snowline to the state. So it's very comparative data that you can just go on and take a look at. But for today's subject, I would like to just provide you like Maureen mentioned, a very broad overview of where we are. When I look at the dashboard, what I'd like just to share with the board is I look at this as really, well, always do, actually very big data. And what I mean by that is it's done, it's reported, and we're seeing it. There's nothing really we can do to change this data. We can change next year's data, but this is now, the books are closed on this. And I think about it as, I had this analogy a long time ago. I think about big data like this as we're cooking a big pot of soup. And if you think about cooking a big pot of soup, you have data, and sometimes you taste the soup, right? You go in and you're like, I need a little more salt. That would be our benchmark data, our formative assessment data. You can go in, you could change a strategy here or there, you could change what curriculum you're using. You're still tasting the soup. The dashboard data, the soup is done. You served the soup, it's on the table, you got spoons and hands. You can't add anything else to the soup. So this is our soup. And we could talk about what it looks like, but I just wanted to bring that analogy up here just because for me it makes sense to look at it that way. It's big data. And it's here in front of us, so enjoy your soup. I want to bring some items just to your attention. I'm really proud of the work that Snowline has done in the areas of CCGI and our college grad rate. So increase in both of those areas up there. And you'll see that college and career is at a green and graduation rate is at a green. So we see Lisa here and Jen here weekly, well, every time we have a meeting, and talking about the wonderful work that they're doing at the high schools and the NTS schools as well. Our English language arts and our ELD, they're maintained. So they're at an orange, which means that they've maintained. We didn't really make any growth, but we didn't lose any significant points there. I do feel that with the work that we're doing with the literacy playbook, we're going to see some great strides in that area. We declined in our math about 5 points. And with the initiative that we're doing with our building thinking classrooms, this is going to significantly help our students and our teachers as well. And just to add to what Tony mentioned today, building thinking classrooms is not a curriculum, it's more of a framework where we're trying to get our students to just think. Because I know as a student when I went through school, and I don't know how many of you can relate, you say to yourself, I'm either a math person or I'm a numbers person. I was a numbers person. Tell me the story. Don't give me numbers. Just tell me the story behind the data. Well, with the building thinking classrooms, it's no, we're all numbers people. We all just have to try to figure out how we can think about numbers a certain way or different ways. And that's what building thinking classrooms does for us. And so I anticipate our math will increase as well. It's going to take some time. We've been waiting for a math framework from the state to come out, and we've also been waiting for our state to adopt state adopted curriculum. So we'll be looking at new adopted curriculum for math next year and probably the next year after that as well. Those were, the chronic absenteeism I saved for last. And it goes back to what Bill said. We've had some challenges with our chronic absenteeism. The one thing that we haven't really talked about is also the immigration policies that have gone into place and the attendance that goes in play with that going on in our state as well. And I do want to highlight, though, the great work that we are doing with our two TOSAs out of Julie's office, Joe and Sierra. And our home visits have increased. And so we've had our, I actually have a number for you. We've had 106 home visits year to date. So we're going out to families, we're visiting them, we're offering them supports. And our SART meetings that we've had, 371 year to date. So really powerful things that we are doing. We're not just waiting for the soup to be done in this area, but we are looking at ways to engage with our families, find out what they need so that we can give them the supports that they need at that moment to get our kids back in school. That's kind of the big overarching picture of our dashboard and what I wanted to share with you, but I will be happy to entertain questions if you have.
I'll start real quick. I guess just building off your last comments there about the chronic absenteeism and those home visits. Is there any common theme that you're seeing or we're seeing from these families? Are they, transportation challenged, or are there other factors in there that are common themes that we can tackle as a district?
Yes, I'm glad you asked that question. We did see two common themes come up. Number one was transportation, so you hit that one right on the nail. We have families that live on dirt roads that are 2 miles out of the bus pickup, and so that causes a problem for transportation. Our families are having their kids walk those extra miles before they actually can get to the bus is a struggle. So we are looking at ways that we can come up with alternatives for this, but that was a big one. The other one was anxiety. Anxiety kept coming up, especially with our chronic absenteeism. And so our student services department is doing a lot of work with our families on giving them tips and strategies to use with our students and our parents so that we can get our kids back in school. So those have been the two big common things.
Are we connecting those families with Hazel Health or those opportunities?
Yes, we are. So we are partnering with Saluna and Daybreak and Bright Starts. Bright Lights. Which one is it? Yeah. But yes, we are partnering with her. And we are also using their social workers and our social work intern to be able to offer services for them.
I have a comment. I mean, it's awesome that you guys are doing all this because I remember, and I mentioned to you before, I did wanted to see a change in graduation rate, and I know we have a problem with absenteeism. By knowing that you guys are being equipped and going to the houses, doing the effort that I wanted to see when I first started, to see that if there was a need for our population or community to be heard or be noticed, you guys are doing it. You guys are tackling that okay, I can't make it, my kid couldn't make it. Before we didn't know why, and they felt like nobody cared. So going there and actually with the TOSA that we have, they're going and all these other stuff, all these counselors and social workers going. It's great to know that these kids will graduate soon. And that, to see the changes is just amazing to see that they're also being addressed in college and career. That's something that I know I addressed with Dr. Holman before that I wanted to see. And now you're giving me the data I was asking before. So thank you. Thank you for bringing this up. Oh, that's my comment. Thank you. Thank you.
Great for picking up. I really appreciate your analogy. One thing that I really appreciate, I think the district as a whole is trying really hard to make those adjustments early enough to make a difference. And I mean, like you said, this is done. It's nothing we can do about it except for move forward from this point and make those adjustments from here until the next time. And so thank you for bringing that up. I commend each and every person that puts forth the effort in trying to make those changes. And it really does come from the home visits to the aftercare process to the providing food. I mean, it goes transportation, it's everyone, and I know that. And so shout out to the district as a whole to recognize and to see some of these changes. It's great to see us getting into the green. It's really awesome if we can start moving towards the green in the other areas. And I think as we make those adjustments throughout the year, I think that continues to happen. So thanks for being mindful of it. I think our efforts of accountability are paying off from the bottom to the top and top to the bottom. So at least that's how I look at it. So thank you. I don't have anything else on that. Anything else? Was that?
That's all I gotta say about that.
Yeah. Any other questions or comments on that?
I
All
just
right.
really want to thank Joe and Sierra again for the hard work that they're doing as a team of two, but two and mighty, powerful team.
Great. Thank you. That brings us to board member comments. Shall we start with Member Martinez?
Sure. Well, thank you for the presenters. So Phelan Elementary, bringing out the seal, the thematic units and the RTI. Was great information and to see how great they're doing, great work they're doing there. So thank you for that. For having Mr. Anton, a great friend of mine, my family. It's just bittersweet for me to see him go, but I know he's not going to be gone completely. So kudos to him and congratulations on his retirement. And also to the CSEA and STA for always bringing us the information. Nutrition Services, Mrs. Carter, always being here. And for all the hard work, I know we talk about that everyone brings and gives. She's one of those persons that gives so much to our community, for our students. Thank you for that. And CTE, Jennifer Connor, awesome work. I know that the CTE program has already 10 CTE pathways, right? Adding 2 more, that's the perfect 12 for me. Awesome work. Mr. Flynn, Dr. Byrne, Mr. Sean Primo, I know I always forget to give you thanks for all the hard work you do behind doors, And it's a lot of work that you all three do, and I applaud you. Thank you so much for all the information, the hard work. For our beautiful secretary, Rachel, thank you for everything that you guys do. Mr. Holman, for always taking the time to talk to all of us individually, prepare us for a meeting and giving us the information. Thank you so much. So that's all my comments for today.
Great. Thank you. Member Hernandez.
Thank you. Echo that with Phelan coming out today. I was exposed to the dual language immersion years ago through AEC, and I'm not an educational professional. I didn't know something like that existed, and when I saw it and saw the results of it, I was really excited. And this board has taken some time and gave that direction moving forward. But with Phelan doing that great work, that SEAL program, and eventually before 2 years, get dual language immersion fully implemented, a vertical pathway there is going to be amazing. Looking forward to that, and knowing that it gives so much opportunity. Obviously, our English language learners need that support, need that structure to improve and excel. But why not give that same opportunity to our English speakers or native English speakers to give them that second language opportunity. We're closer now than ever in history to have access to instant translating devices, but that's not what this is about. This is about learning. This is about opening your brain to new ways of learning, connecting, the synapses of your brain into new things that it hadn't seen before. That is only unlocked by language or arts or these, particular items. So, looking forward to that program continuing to grow, affecting a lot of kids and their outcomes, but expanding. We need to reach more. We need to reach everybody. I know we can't do everything, but when it comes to this, I think we need to reach everybody. Mr. Cotton, so bummed to miss out on this year's Veterans Dinner. My schedule was just booked. I think that may be the first time I missed it since being on the board, and missing Mr. M's last one. Total bummer, but not really his last one. So that was really great news to hear before tonight and including tonight. So we'll make sure we get there from here on out, because it is a wonderful opportunity that we do provide, as well as the senior event coming up. We will unfortunately be out of the area at the time that occurs, but I'm going to encourage those in my life that do qualify, but age-wise, to get up there, because it is a really great night, or afternoon rather, get them home early. So really great stuff, connecting with our community. And once again, I'll say thank you to the board. Unusual for a board member to give a presentation, and I kind of flew through it. I was like, oh, I can get this done in 5 slides. And just as I kept going, it just was more and more. I think I ended at 15 slides. I'm like, God, that's just too long. I don't want to be long-winded about this, but there's so much information, so much detail, even in this early steps. So thank you for that quick direction to just get a feeler out there, and see if this has legs on it. So that's all I've got tonight. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Great. Let's move over to the student board member, Christopher.
Thank you. I'd like to appreciate Phelan for coming out elementary school, as well for the reclassification. Congratulations. As well, I got reclassified on October 30th. Thank you. One big announcement. So this will be my last board meeting. Because I'm graduating next month. Yeah. Well, this is truly a blessing to be working with everybody, a part of the Snowline district. I was raised in the Snowline district, and now I'm retiring in the Snowline. Just like how I've mentioned earlier, as well. We grow, but we learn as we get older, So I just want to thank everybody for allowing myself, but as a student, for other students to have a voice, really. For the non-traditional schools, as well for Vista Verde, Coal Valley, those are the schools that I attended to. But I wish I can go for one more meeting. We'll see though, maybe, because I graduate on December 15th.
Oh.
Yeah. So.
What? On the board meeting night?
Yes.
Oh no.
Yeah. So we'll see what happens. But just truly a blessing to work with all of you guys, and it's such a big opportunity that I can share with millions of people. If I can do it, all of you guys can do. Everybody has a purpose in life, and that purpose is to be fulfilled. Doesn't matter what it is, you're worthy of being something, and for I'm first generation, my parents came over from Mexico, and Chicano, being reclassified really meant a lot to my parents, because Spanish was my first language, and going to college, being a full-time college student, and have a college offer at Texas A&M University. far from home, but I'm thinking about it, you know. But that's all I have for tonight. Thank you, guys.
You know, I'm going to chime in really quick. Christopher shared classroom with my daughter at Vista Verde in kindergarten. And we spent a little bit of time. My wife was in there quite a lot, but affectionately known, saw them together, and it was always Christopher Robin. So it was, you know, what Christopher has become and where he's going is really exciting. Just huge congratulations to you. I think this board is open to always having you back. If you're just hanging around, come on in.
Thank you.
Awesome. Well, I think that's a great nickname. You seem so pleasant, happy, go lucky, just like Christopher Robin. And I think that's a really cool thing. Congratulations. It's been a pleasure working with you. Yep. If you come back, we look forward to it. What a great meeting. I think recognizing, I was really appreciative of Phelan Elementary to come in and give us that presentation. Great work going on. I don't think that's just happening there. It's happening everywhere in the district. But I appreciate you highlighting the work you guys are doing there, and us being able to see and capture some of that information and see what kids are doing and learning and how they're getting better and improving. So thank you for doing that. I already mentioned Todd. I should have done this while he was here, so I'll have to call him and tell him. But congratulations to the Dodgers. That's something that would have meant a lot more to him when he was here. But he truly is a great guy. It was amazing. I got to stop into the Veterans Dinner briefly, and it was really neat to see the smiles on everyone's face there. They feel appreciated, and they don't always feel that appreciation in every situation that they're in. So giving it to them like that every once in a while is the least we could do. We could do better, but at least we're doing what we can in the small community that we're in. And I give a lot of thanks to Todd for kind of pursuing that and really pushing it forward. Just a lot of good information. I appreciate the comments that were shared and the community comments. I look forward to getting some more information and finding out how we could help fulfill some of those shortcomings we have, and find ways to improve so that people feel like they matter, because we feel like they matter. But if they don't feel that, then we've got to make some adjustments. So hopefully those adjustments will come and they'll feel a little bit different about the outcome. Great work by CTE, the Pathway program. In high school, I remember very vividly, if you weren't going to go to college, you weren't going to be successful. And I love where it's not just our district, it's a lot of places. And it's really awesome and great to see what our district is doing. Jen, Serrano, all of the educators, everyone involved, it's been really neat to see. It gives hope to those that have no desire to go to college, and helps them recognize that they are just as important, and that they matter. And we talk about it all the time, but I could say from personal experience, I had no desire to go to college. That was the least of my concerns. And farthest from my mind at the time. So I would have jumped on some of these CTE programs, I'm confident, and I'm looking forward to seeing where some of these kids go and the opportunities that it affords them. So, and man, there's just so much. There really is. Great people here. Thank you so much for all that you do, all of the staff throughout the district, all the students that put forth the effort to be at school every day and just trying to improve their lives. So with that being said, I'll turn the time over to, we'll go to administrative comments. And why don't we start with Mr. Flynn?
All right. Well, first I'll say congratulations, Christopher. It's been fun. And obviously, as was mentioned, we'd love to have you back. And then say thank you to Member Hernandez. I think you did a great job representing what it was that we learned at that training. It was definitely a lot of information, and I think you synthesized it pretty well. So yeah, appreciate that. appreciate Phelan coming, right? I have, I don't want to be too biased, but I do have a little guy there. And he is always, what's this word in Spanish? What's that? He's hearing it, he'll be sitting there on his iPad playing a game and I'm kind of listening like, that's not English. He's listening and he'll, have changed the language setting to Spanish on his game that he's watching. So, it's there. It's kind of fun to see that. So thank you. And then the other thing I'll just say to finish out is if you guys want to stop by the transportation yard at some point, you can sit in one of our new electric buses. We have 2 of them sitting there. Yep. We can't drive them anywhere just yet because we're still waiting for the license plate. But we do have charging stations in place, right? We're waiting on the what we have in place are called phase 2 chargers, so they take the longer time, right? But those we put in temporarily because we're still waiting for Edison. They're going to be installing our phase 3 chargers. So we're waiting for that. Each time we ask, it's still 18 months. But we did preempt that, knowing that they're coming and knowing we need to get data. So we installed some, chargers, but they do take a longer time, right? So the phase 3 would take like 2 hours to charge. The phase 2 take 9 hours to charge. But they're very nice buses. It'd be, enjoy go taking a ride as soon as our license plates show up. We'll be able to do those. They have a range. They're supposed to get an average range of 155 miles per charge, which is, in talking with Danny, director of transportation, that's the highest one in the industry for school buses. And so, they have a 12-year complete warranty on the batteries. So it'll be very interesting to see how they work when we get them out there on our routes. So if you want to, go see one, stop by. Yeah. That's it.
Great. Thank you so much, Dr. Byrne.
Congratulations. Again, if you need any advice or anything, you know where to find us. So we're always willing to give advice up here. I want to just talk a little bit about our counselors and our counseling meetings that is upcoming. But before I do that, I want to talk about the Victor Valley lunch, the bridge lunch that I attended today. It was a really cool opportunity to find out about all of the programs that we offer at Victor Valley. I was really impressed with the amount of programs. Not only the programs that are paid and get you a degree, but the free programs that they offer there, that our students can take advantage of. It's really impressive, and it was a great time spent with our counselors. With that, this Friday is our first secondary counselors meeting. I have been working with Lisa and Michelle over at Serrano to start planning counseling meetings, regularly scheduled counselor meetings. The focus is on academics. This week's meeting is going to be focused on CCGI. So CCGI is a college and career guidance initiative. It's a platform where our students go onto and submit their college applications, and FAFSA, they can play it's like a one-stop shop for college. So they just have to hit a button pretty much once they're ready to start submitting their college application. Makes it a lot easier when we attended college, having to apply to every single one. Now everything is just done on this platform. The beauty of this platform is that there's lessons, there's tutorials on there that are not just for our counselors, but for our teachers and our parents, and our students can take full advantage of this. So this Friday's meeting will be focused on what we're doing. We're having a rep from CCGI come out to explain all of the new bells and whistles that are offered, and then we'll come up with a collaborative plan on what our middle schools are doing, and then what our high school is doing to make sure that our kids are taking advantage of this. The message that we want to make sure that we send out to our kids is that college may not be the way to go, but in case you want to go, we want to open up every single door possible so that every single one of our students has the opportunity, if they change their mind later, that they've already been accepted and are ready to go. On that note too, the state has created a partnership with 16 of our CSUs for the 26-27 school year. Our students that meet the qualifications to get into these 16 schools will be directly admitted. They don't even have to apply. That is crazy. And so being able to get this work done this year to get our students ready for it next year, we're going to be in really good standing. So very exciting things happening for our district. And finally, happy Thanksgiving. I just want to say I am grateful for every single one of you, and I'm so happy that I've been able to join you. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Mr. Primo.
If I could get my microphone on, although they do tell me that I have a face for radio, so we'll just go with that. So thanks everybody for the many thank yous, but I would start certainly again, Tony and your team at Phelan Elementary. Lots of good things going on, so keep up that great work and appreciate the team that you brought here as well. Give them kudos as well. Again, congratulations to Todd. What a career, right? He always reminds us that he had time before he joined Snowline as well. 35 years of education experience. What an awesome way to leave a legacy. Many of us have shared. I would probably say again, lots of good things going on. At the last meeting, I shared Frightwood was coming up, and that was right around the carnival times as well, or the activities. So I got a chance to see Wrightwood, their actual carnival prep going on. At the same time, they had Saturday's Academy going on. And then we squeezed in a Frightwood race amongst all of that, and had a great turnout. And again, Beth Quinn and her team of theater scarers, so to speak, outstanding, just outstanding. I'd probably say, many things I could go on and on, but I would probably use, again, congratulations, Christopher, right? If you really think about it, again, I sometimes get down the emotional trail of, just what it takes to educate somebody. For congratulations. Because all along the way, there's all the people that you saw that you recognize, and that's amazing. But what goes into a district is all the people you don't see, right? And all the folks that were working behind the scenes to make that work for you, because the school function got you a classroom, got you on the way, got you materials to be able to do it, got you the ability to be able to see those amazing friends on the playground, all the folks that support that. There's a lot that goes into running and being a part of a school district, and there's so many leaders at so many levels, from our just day-to-day people that see kids like Christopher, all of those that we do. So again, thanks to all of Snowline. Christopher represents one of many wonderful prodigy students of ours going on. So, on that note, I could go on forever, but I'll stop.
Thank you, Mrs. Watsley.
Yep. I will just piggyback on everyone's great work with Phelan Elementary. I was a Phelan Falcon once upon a time, many, many, many years ago. I love going there. I am always thankful for being part of this team. I am very thankful for all of our school site administrators who never hesitate to help me whenever I give them a call needing support, whether it's with a parent phone call or information needed. Every single one of them does not hesitate to take my call no matter what they have going on. I'm so incredibly grateful for that level of support. I am just one person trying to be a support to them. And so for them to be that level of support to me just speaks volumes to their character. And I'm so grateful to be part of the Snowline team. I want to tell Christopher a huge congratulations. That is so exciting. It's going to be the best, the absolute best. And I'll give you the same advice I give both my girls. Both my girls are going to college right now. You just need one win every day. Just one win. Doesn't have to be big. Doesn't have to be, anything grand, but just one win. Don't forget that. On the hard days, give yourself just one win, and you'll get there. And you've got so much ahead, such a bright future, and I'm so excited to see where it takes you. So congratulations. That's it for me.
Awesome, Dr. Holman.
Yeah, thanks so very much, Rachel, for sharing that notion of win. We had a lot of wins tonight. Start with Tony Buckley over there. I love what you spoke to relative to your son. That is so great. And And then the question I asked Tony, kind of a loaded one, but we talk often about those things, and I knew he'd come up with a great story, just much like Bill's son there. And I guess I just invite you board members, if you haven't been to Field Elementary School, go over there and visit, of course, but you spend a lot of time over there, Clerk Lefevre. But go on a Friday in the morning, right, when they assemble out there. I love that there. You talk about community. Oh, thank you. Yeah, thanks. But honestly, that sense of community back to there, because it connects with what that student said, I think, Tony, really supersedes everything. I think that's beautiful. So thanks for your great work for sure. Hey, how about Serrano High School? Their marching band, right? The Rattlesnake Regiment. They're moving on to the semifinal championships, and they got rained out this last weekend, but it's going to be happening at Huntington Beach High School. So I'm looking forward to going and seeing that. There's a great group of students, right, making powerful things happen. Levi Steinman, you might remember, we recognized him for the superintendent's honor roll. He is the drum major, but also there are so many family members, if you've ever seen them in operation, that also make that happen. So looking forward to that great work for sure. And just capitalizing on what Resma said there, we've got a meeting on Friday with Dr. Tomas Morales from really Cal State San Bernardino. He's the president, sending some of his staff members to make sure we can get direct admit partnership going. I'm thinking this year. That's going to be exciting. So you talked about those 16 schools, but to do that beforehand, that's really exciting for kids. So that was fun to get that invite today, I think. So we're looking forward to that Friday meeting for sure. Last week was filled with minimum days. And I love what you're talking about, how much it takes, Sean, to make everything happen. How about minimum days for an entire week? I see Janice over there. That disrupts everything that you do, but it doesn't disrupt it, right? I mean, I say that because it changes, but you make it happen, right? And it's not just nutrition services, but thanks for your leadership and all your great colleagues who make those shifts there. How about transportation? That gets totally disrupted and changed, but we make everything happen. All of the 1,200 staff members make it all happen in service of students and student performance. And that's for an entire week. And so thanks to everyone, again, like you spoke so very well there, Sean, to how much it takes for work to happen or an outcome of minimum days an entire week. That was so wonderful to see. And I'm just so very grateful. The board here, I put this note down here before our next meeting, which is on Monday. I want to reiterate, Monday, December 15th. Typically we're on Tuesdays, but Monday, December 15th, we'll be up at CSBA. And so credit to the board members right here. We'll be joined by Christina Behringer. Nathan Bristol, his schedule doesn't allow him to be up there, but thanks to all four of you for making that commitment to get up there. As I'll share one example that sticks out in my mind, and that's the passage of a bond. Over the years, we've been going to those conference sessions about passing a bond. And that's just one example of so many where it's easy for everyone to go off to a conference, but to bring information back and help make it come to fruition. I think the bond is an excellent example where that came to fruition. And so thanks to all of you for joining us. Sean, Bill, myself, we're looking forward to that. Rachel, for making all those arrangements. Not easy. So thanks for sure for making that happen. That EBF rate too, I just can't let that go. That is a 1,200 employee effort. And when how often do we get to 100% in anything in our lives? I'll speak for Ryan Holman, not very often at all, if ever. But boy, we were on the edge of 100%. And that's with people opting out. That's an incredible effort. All 1,200 employees. You said it well, Dave, at the tip of the spear, but I'm just so proud of everybody who made that happen. Thank you so very much. What gets focused on gets done. Boy, they focused on it and they got that done in a beautiful, beautiful way. And something I love, Pinion Hills Elementary School has guest readers at the 5th grade level. A lot of us up here got those invitations. Thank you, because that reminds us what's most important. Reading to kids, connecting with kids, being with kids, our greatest treasures. We're doing that in the month of December. And if board members if you're ever interested in doing that, it is a great time. You got hot chocolate as well. That's always kind of fun too, right, Sean? But I'm hoping everyone has a great time doing that, because connecting with kids, boy, that and being with kids is absolutely the best. And speaking of kids, how about two kids? One is Henry Fan. Henry Fan is a recent graduate. I think he graduated in like 2018. Henry Fan invited me to dinner with docs. And we're talking about physicians in this case. He works for St. Mary's. And here's one of our wonderful graduates who has put together the first ever in the High Desert residency program and the first 10 residents in internal medicine. He's put that together out at St. Mary's Hospital. And so what an honor it was for me to go to that. Just a few people were invited, I say a few, but there were about 30 of us who were invited to this and to take part in that. And probably no surprise, when they asked for questions, I raised my hand first and I said, can you remind me which high school you're from there? Can you say it again, Henry? Yeah, so he did say it a couple times there, but in all seriousness, if you're not aware of St. Mary's growth over time, they are the only trauma center up here in the High Desert, the first ever trauma center, level 4. Level 1 is Loma Linda, right? And they're operating as a level 3, so they're getting ready to be certified as a level 3. And I bring that up to say that just how powerful it is when you see our former students doing great work like that, giving back. And they're on the road to, I think, orthopedic surgeons, for 10 of them coming up in the next year. And I can't remember the third year, but that was really powerful. And we see that so often, right? That's just one example. And then the final example of the students is right here. Christopher, congratulations, like everyone said. Let me give some proof, though, of his greatness. You mentioned the seal of biliteracy. The last person who came on the stage was Christopher. We can maybe say the best for last, right, Christopher? But honestly, why I might say the best, because all those students were awesome and wonderful and always will be awesome and wonderful. But all that you said about you getting to where you have gotten and to demonstrate that at the table every single night we have a meeting, and you're just doing wonderful, wonderful things in the area of student voice. And then if I can segue to the superintendent's student advisory council, who was in there? Christopher was in there sharing his voice in beautiful ways, right, Resma? I mean, he was just outstanding. And that voice led to many, many great recommendations that will be coming to all of you as board members in terms of how we can make this wonderful place we call Snowline better than it even already is. And so, Christopher, be proud of what you've accomplished so far. I know you're not going to stop and just kind of smell the roses, not do anything else, but take a moment to do that, because it's been a real pleasure having you here on this board. And I say, yeah, you haven't graduated until midnight, I think, on that Monday, right? December 15th. So please come back for one more time, because a little secret is we always want to make sure that we can recognize our board members who are moving on like you. So congratulations, my friend. Super proud of you for sure. Yeah. And then just ending like what started with Resma having here, Thanksgiving, and being grateful. Thanksgiving is one of my favorite holidays. It is a tough one to beat, because you think about it, it cuts across everything and just says we can all be thankful. We can all be grateful, and we don't have to worry about any sort of allegiances anywhere else. And I think it's just a great human condition to be thankful. And so I am just so thankful for all of you board members, for the team I get to work with, for all 1,200 employees. Gosh, 15,000 families we get to work with, 45,000 residents, and our most important 8,000 students, just like yourself there, Christopher. It's a real honor for me. I'm just so grateful I get to do that. And so thanks to all of you. Have a great Thanksgiving, because it comes around once a year, and it's a great time for us to stop and think what we're doing. Thanks, Butch.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for everyone. What a great reminder to tell somebody thank you, not just right now, but throughout every day. So with that, I don't think there's anything else that needs to come before the board, and we'll go ahead and adjourn at 9:40. I think that's okay.